Court does call the cases of the people of the state of Michigan versus Gregory Callahan, cases ending in 000 or 0010, and the case ending in 1001, and the cases of the people of the state of Michigan versus Keith Finley, cases ending in 0012 and ending in 1004. Counsel, state your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Amy Reiser, on behalf of the people in all of those matters.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor. This is Honorable Court, please not 14626. Appearing on behalf of Mr. Gregory White Callahan, who is also present, serving distinct station in this session.
Gregory Callahan.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wendy Barnwell, Case 42-505, on behalf of Mr. Keith Finley.
All right. Your name, sir. Thank you. All right. Date and time set for preliminary examination. Everybody's ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All
Your Honor, we would move the sequestration of witnesses.
right.
Order that request.
All right. Witnesses are hereby ordered sequestered.
I do have both officers in charge present at a council table with me, Lieutenant Powell and Sergeant Jason Roberts. Other witnesses are sequestered in the hallway, and I will be calling Mr. Bernhard as my first.
All right. And both are officers in charge of the case. All right. So the witnesses have been sequestered and the officers in charge may remain in the courtroom.
Thank you.
All right. Very
The
good.
people would call Jeffrey Bernhard.
Sir, please come forward to be sworn.
Take a seat, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got? Have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the record.
Jeffrey Bernhard. First name is Jeffrey, J-E-F-F-R-E-Y. Bernhard, B-E-R-N-H-A-R-D.
You may inquire.
Mr. Bernhard, my name is Amy Reiser, and I'm the assistant prosecuting attorney handling the case. I know that we've met once before today. I do have a series of questions to ask you. If there's anything that you don't understand, just ask and I can repeat the question. There's a microphone in front of you, and it won't necessarily amplify your voice, but it will make a recording of what we're saying. So sometimes witnesses get nervous and shake their head yes or no. And we just need to ensure that we have a verbal response for a transcript that will ultimately be made. If you need to take a break at any time, please let us know. There's water for you. We can stop the proceeding if it's too much for you. When I am done asking you questions, the attorney for each of the defendants will have an opportunity to ask you questions, and the same rules apply for that. Okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the court how old you are?
I'm 53 years old.
And 2053 Knowler Ben, is that where you reside?
Yes.
And how long have you lived there?
Approximately 5 years this July.
And that's in Northfield Township, Washtenaw County?
Yes.
And prior to January 1st of this year, 2025, who did you live there with?
So my wife, my father-in-law, my mother-in-law lived there, but she passed away about 8 months ago. My daughter, Lydia, and our foster daughter.
And who's your wife's name? And how old was your daughter? And how old is your daughter? I'm sorry, Olivia.
She just turned 10.
And you said you had a foster daughter?
Yes.
And what was her name?
True Benson.
And how old is she?
She's 4.
And how long had Tripp been placed in your home?
She was placed with us last April.
2024? And you said your father-in-law also lived with you?
Yes.
And what was his name?
Steve.
And how old was he?
He just turned 75.
And was that your father or was that Jennifer's father? So your father-in-law.
Yes.
was there like an in-law suite that he lived in?
Yeah, we built the house about 5 years ago with the intention of having my in-laws live with us, so there was, it's not a full in-law suite, but it's a double master, so they have their section of the house.
And did you have any pets?
We do have one dog,
What's the dog's name?
Snickers.
And how were things going with the foster child Tripp?
Things were going, from my perspective, things were improving, going well. We got her in April, as with a lot of foster children, they have a previous history of trauma, and we've had her in therapy, and even therapists thought was more improving in her home, the stability and relationship that we were building with her. She had a great support system at our school and things like that. So things were improving.
I want to take you to January 1st of this year, 2025. What was that day like, New Year's Day? Tell me what you did first thing you woke up.
So that day was kind of a relaxed day. We had family over the night before because so there was a lot of my wife's family was there with us. So we're planning on just having that as a relaxed day, clean up day, and just woke up, didn't do anything too exciting in the morning. The kids usually got up and played or watched some TV and things like that. And like I said, it was a pretty much a relaxed day for everyone.
And did there come a point in time that evening when you went to your neighbor's home to seek help?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately what time that was?
So that was in the evening. I remember it was dark out when I was walking, and I was trying to, with my injuries, trying to intentionally walk slow so I didn't trip. We have a large acreage, all of my neighbors do. So it was quite a long walk. So I was trying to walk slow, but it's dark outside. Don't know the exact time when that happened exactly, but I remember it being dark out.
Do you recall if it was before or after dinner? Had you eaten dinner yet?
I believe we did. It was kind of because we had so much food left over from the night before years. It was kind of we didn't necessarily have my wife didn't cook that night.
Okay.
It was leftover, so it's kind of like grab and go.
And so, tell me what happened in the moments leading up to you trying to seek assistance from the neighbor.
So
What do you recall?
yeah. So my perspective of the events of that night, I was upstairs, my bedroom. My bedroom is right above the garage, and I had heard something outside, and so I looked out the bathroom window, and I saw a vehicle in our driveway. So I walked downstairs, and my wife was right at the bottom of the stairs, and I told her, and I said, "There's somebody here." And her response to me was, "It's probably an Amazon delivery driver," because we were still, even though this was January 1st, we were still expecting some Amazon deliveries for Christmas. So I said, I thought that makes sense. So I walked around to the kitchen, to the mudroom, which is where our garage door is, and I was getting ready to put on my shoes to go out the garage door, to potentially get a package. And before I even got my shoes on, I heard a loud commotion, loud noise in the front of the house, inside in the living room area. And I heard some screams from the two girls, and it wasn't uncommon for two little girls to scream. They scream all the time, having fun. But I distinctly remember hearing my wife scream. It was a scream that I will never forget. It was a scream of terror. And I immediately walked around the corner and saw three individuals in my home. And one of them quickly saw me and came to me, pointed the gun, and told me to sit down. And
Did you recognize the three individuals? Did you know them, I should say?
So my immediate reaction to that, because of knowing some threats that were made previously related to our foster daughter, I saw two males and one female. And I immediately, before I even saw her face, knew that was Miss Vincent.
And when you say Miss Vincent, do you mean Siobhan Vincent?
Yes.
Okay. And is she the biological mother of the foster child that you were fostering?
Yes. And so I immediately knew that it was her because of the threats that were made related to taking her daughter. I didn't know the other two. And so she pointed the gun at me, had me sit down, brought my wife over, sat down next to me. And the one thing I remember about that night is the length of time that they were in the house. And so the other two individuals were, so we were I was seated in the corner of the kitchen with my wife in kind of the mudroom area, and Miss Vincent was literally a few feet from my wife, and she was directing the entire conversation. And the other two individuals were kind of walking through the house. I remember kind of a lot of energy, and kind of felt like to me a nervous energy from them. And she was basically ordering them to do a lot of different things. Like my father-in-law, he was in the den. That's normally after dinner, he would go to the den, fall asleep, watch TV or whatever. He was in the den. They got him, pulled him out of the den.
When you say they, do you mean the two individuals that were with her?
Yes.
And were those male, female?
They were both there.
And could you describe an article of clothing they were wearing or what they looked like?
The one article of clothing I remember is a Michigan sweatshirt with a hoodie on. I remember the hoodie being pulled tight.
So one of the men had a Michigan hoodie on?
Yeah.
What about the other man?
I don't necessarily recall. I didn't see him as directly as I saw.
White male, black male?
All three individuals were African.
And so did the two men have any weapons?
I do recall seeing all three.
And Miss Vincent was ordering the males to get your father-in-law out of the.
And so.
Did they bring him out of the den or?
Yeah.
Okay.
He ended up being late in the kitchen. where he was killed. And so the entire night was, because of the previous threats, I thought this was just all about getting True and Siobhan getting True and taking her. My wife and I both tried to, obviously that situation is very difficult, but I remember both of us trying to be as calm as possible and answer Ms. Vincent's questions and trying to even de-escalate the situation. So nothing like what happened would have happened. There was there was a lot of her exerting control and kind of proving that she basically used the word gangster a lot, and that she was a gangster, and that she had people like the two individuals that would do what she told them to do. So there was a lot of that going on. I had my dog, who was a puppy, was very scared, and I had him. He was right next to me, and a very nervous dog, and she was getting very nervous about him being next to me, because I was trying to console him. So I was afraid that so one of them would shoot my dog in front of the girls. So I was trying to pet him and console him, and then she was getting nervous, so she told one of the other individuals to do something with the dog and take it. So they took the puppy into the living room. Not sure exactly where they put him, but there was a lot of that. And then,
Do you know where the girls were at, where True and Libby were at?
so when I first heard the screams and walked around, the three individuals that kind of rushed in the door, kind of pushed everybody into the living room. And we have an open concept living room, kitchen, dining room, so it's all one big open area. And so they were all in the living room at first. Siobhan like I said, took my wife, had her sit next to me on the other end of the kitchen. But the two girls, as far as I knew, were still in the living room until maybe 10 or 15 minutes into the events. Miss Vincent had my daughter, told my daughter to come to the other side of the kitchen, and to stand on the other side of her, so she was able to see my wife and I. Probably, she was standing closer than you are standing to me right now. I'm probably maybe 8 feet away.
So Olivia, your daughter, was standing next to Miss Vincent. She still had the gun in her hand.
Yes.
What is she saying? Like, what is?
Miss Vincent?
Yes.
So, like I said, there was a lot of her basically telling the two men what to do. And I don't remember exactly all what the commands were, but I remember there were a few times that they were doing things that she didn't like and would kind of yell at them or correct them. And I got the sense that it was basically to exert the fact that she was in control and that they were going to do what she did and what she did.
When she ordered the two men to get your father-in-law from the study or from the room he was in, did they do that?
Yes.
Okay. When she ordered the men to get the dog that was scared next to you, did one of them or both of them do that?
And one of the other things that happened before the shots, she was trying to get things ready and brought her daughter True over to basically get her coat and her boots, which would have been, which were in the mud. So she literally had to kind of go past us. And True was very, she was very emotional and very, very scared. And so it took a few minutes because she wanted to hug us before she left. But she went and got her coat and her boots, and then Miss Simpson told one of two of them to take her and get her ready to leave.
And was she crying?
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was very emotional, very scared.
And those individuals that rushed in with the weapons, Vincent and the two males, did you give them any permission to enter your home?
No.
And did you give them any permission to take True, your foster daughter?
No.
And did you give them any permission to take your daughter?
No.
What do you remember happening next?
So another part of the evening, like I mentioned, it was very baffling to me why they were still there as long as they were. And one of the things that was happening was Miss Vinson was, she was asking us where the money is. And I don't know if she thought we had a safe in our house or anything. We don't. It didn't. I offered, I had $200 in my wallet. I said, take my wallet. We got some electronics for Christmas. I told her to take that. They weren't interested in that. They wanted a lot of money. So she took my wallet, credit cards, and I told her I could Venmo her money, but usually there's a limit, and so she said that there was a $5,000 limit on Zelle, and took my wallet, took the credit card, and sat there with my phone, and went through my credit cards and was able to sell. I don't know if herself or someone else was able to sell $5,000 out of her account. She was like, "Where's the rest of the money?" I said, "It's in the bank." I can't go to the bank. The other thing that happened, back to her commands, was she told one of the other individuals to take the phones, and they took my wife's phone and tried to just, I assume, destroy it. And they were trying to destroy it with a knife, and that wasn't working. So
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to object to they as to the two males he alleged to have been inside his home.
I join in the objection.
When you're saying they, do you know who was doing the specific?
I would just say one of the two males. I don't know which one.
Well, Alan, I guess I'm not sure what your objection to that is. Is that it's just not clarified as to who's who?
Well, I'm going to withdraw the objection if he's not sure who did what.
Right. Sir, just so that I'm understanding what you're saying, you can narrow it down to the two gentlemen that were there, right? But you're not sure which one of them were doing the specific act.
Correct.
All right. The objection is noted, but overruled. I'll allow the answer. Go ahead.
So she ordered the two men to take your wife's cell phone, and one of them, or both of them, if you know, did you see which one took it?
No.
Okay.
I just know one of them took the phone and tried to destroy it with a knife. Something wasn't working to her satisfaction, and she told them to try to find something different to destroy it, and I believe it was destroyed.
And what about your cell phone? Did you have a cell phone?
I had a cell phone, and Miss Benson took my cell phone along with my credit cards. She was actually doing the transaction on my cell phone. And I haven't seen the cell phone since.
And did you give permission to any of those individuals to take jewelry? Were you aware if the individuals went, the male individuals went to any other rooms in the home?
I was under the impression that they were going through the entire house, but I can't say that. I
Is
saw
that based on like what you heard or
Yeah,
what was being
based
said?
on what I heard, based upon her conversations with them, as far as. So I believe that she was instructing them, make sure that there's nothing hidden or whatever.
Nothing.
We'll distract speculation here.
Overruled.
Would you describe any of the weapons that the three of them had? Would you recall?
So I remember Miss Benson had some sort of a pistol. I recall one of the gentlemen having a longer gun. And I don't remember the third weapon, but I think both of them were long, but I don't really remember the third.
That's okay.
But you do remember that there were 3 weapons. You just don't recall at this point. Got it. Okay.
After this, the money being transferred, the phone being destroyed, what is the next thing that you remember?
So one of the things that happened, that first happened is when my wife and I were trying to, as I mentioned, answer the questions as calmly as we possibly could. There was something that I might have said that triggered something, and the first act of violence is I was hit. My recollection was that I was hit by the butt of a gun in basically right above my right eye, very hard. It broke my glasses, and it hurt very, very bad, and I saw stars. And that was the first thing that happened as far as any sort of violence.
Do you recall, Jeffrey, if that was the butt of one of the long guns or if it was the butt of the gun that was Benson in? And if you don't recall that,
I don't recall.
okay.
So that happened during the conversation with Miss Simpson. But I was able to sit back up and still try to interject. She was directing a lot of the questions towards my wife, related to some things that she believed my wife was doing with my foster daughter. But I tried to answer those questions and explain some of those things. And then at some point, that I was shot in the chest, approximately here.
And for the record, you're indicating to your left chest above your heart.
Yeah. And I recall the bullet, it felt like I was shot with like a shotgun, but it was just the bullet breaking up on the inside. And I ended up having multiple rib fractures, and had to have surgery to make sure that my internal organs were okay. So that was the first shot that happened. And then, and that was the first one to be shot. And then, shortly after that is when I was shot in the face, in the head. And I recall being aware of the fact that I was shot in the face. And there was a feeling of, the way I have been describing it to people, it's just like a river of blood flowing from my head. And I fell face first on the ground. And I remember, I don't know too often when people are shot in the head that they survive. So I literally in that moment was expecting that within moments I would be dead. And I'm a person of faith, and I believe in God, and believe in Jesus Christ. And I literally, as my head was on that floor, I prayed and I said, God, help me. And that prayer was to not help me survive, but help me to, whatever happens when you die, to go through that transition. And I prayed that prayer and I said, Lord, help me, but I'm ready. And I laid down and I passed out. And don't know exactly how long I passed out, but I remember at some point I regained consciousness. And the first thing I remember feeling is there wasn't as much blood flowing. And I thought to myself, maybe I'm not going to die. And so after a few minutes, I found the strength to sit back up on the bench that was near me. And the first thing I thought is I've got to go get help. And I reached down, put my shoes on, and walked out the garage door. And I remember thinking, I hope they're still not in the driveway because I'm about to open the garage door. But I opened it, and they were already gone. And I ended up walking to my neighbor's house for them to call 911. And one thing I do want to say, as I sat there and put my shoes on, before I stood up, I looked over at my wife who was sitting right next to me. And it's going to be probably the hardest thing for me to ever deal with, because I saw my wife sitting there with her head down and just blood flowing from her head. And I knew I didn't have to say a word, I knew she was dead. And but then I got up and managed to walk to my neighbor's house and call the police. And can't say enough about EMS and police and everything that happened after that.
And that was a lot. Are you doing okay? Do you want to take a break?
I'm okay.
Were Livy, your daughter, and Tripp in the home, you know?
So, honestly, I'm not a doctor or anything, but having the injuries that I was having, my first instinct was that I had to go get help.
Yes.
So I don't know. I didn't walk over my wife's body to look and see if they were there. I knew I had to get help.
And do you recall being at your neighbors and the police arriving and talking to you?
Yes.
And do you recall trying to give them as much information as you could?
Yeah, when the, my neighbors were amazing. You know, I would sit there in the foyer and leave, but, when the officer from Northfield Township arrived, he was amazing. You know, he asked me a few just general questions like who I was, things like that, and I specifically remember him putting his arm on my shoulder and comforting me, and he said, "It's okay. You don't have to answer any more questions for the ambulance is on its way." And I told him, I said, "No, I said, I will answer any questions you need me to answer." And so he asked me, "Do you know who did this?" I said, "Yes." And I told him Siobhan Vincent. And I remember even spelling her name for him as he was writing it down. That's, I don't know. I don't know all the information I gave them that night. Yeah, I told them I gave them quite a bit, but I do remember giving her name and spelling it. Yeah,
You underwent surgery at the hospital that evening,
yes.
and tell us a little bit about what's with your right eye. Do you have any vision left in it from?
No. So there's close to 1,000 pages in my medical chart about what happened that night. So there's quite a bit. Yeah, they had general surgery, like I mentioned, to check all my vital organs due to this bullet. I know that there was at least 3 ribs that were broken, and the bullets kind of bounced off, and I still, you know, I'm feeling in the lower back right above my kidney, but I still feel bullet fragments. I still have bullet fragments there. As far as my face, there was quite a bit going on. So there's neurosurgery, ENT or facial reconstruction surgery, and then ophthalmology. So, and I asked the neurosurgeon how, because I heard a few different things from nurses when I was in the hospital, and I asked the neurosurgeon when I had my post-surgery visit with him. I said, "Can you tell me how many times I was shot in the head?" And his response was that possibly 2 because of the number of fragments, but they don't know for certain. But the one bullet hole is above my right eyebrow. There's a plate right in that area. You know, it's the top from my right eyebrow to the top of my head is still numb. My eye is, you know, they repaired the globe, but I will never have vision in this eye again. I'm not even able to get a prosthetic because of the damage that was done to that eye. So their focus is now to hopefully keep my left eye strong enough to carry the weight. There was facial reconstruction. On the top of my mouth, there was a hole. Reconfiguring my jaw. I actually just yesterday had outpatient surgery to remove a bullet fragment from that's lodged under my tongue. So a lot going on.
Right.
Thank you.
And then, Can you tell us a little bit about what you recall about being reunited with your daughter?
So I was, so the surgery, not sure how long it lasted. I didn't wake up for, it was over a day later. And they had me in the burn ICU at the University of Michigan Hospital. And due to that high level of an ICU, you have to be 16 in order to actually visit somebody in the patient's room. But they, on the fourth day, I believe they made an exception for my daughter. And to be honest with you, I didn't know until I woke up after surgery. I didn't know all that took place with the girls being taken. And so, you know, first thing everybody's telling me is
Objection to hearsay.
It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but why he responded in the way that he did.
I'll accept it for those reasons. Objections overruled. Go ahead.
so the thing, you know, everybody's telling me, you know, the girls are safe. Yeah. Didn't know, but so to answer your question, on day 4, they made an exception to bring her back to the room, and that was it's hard to describe. That my daughter Libby is my world. She's been a daddy's girl since she could move, you know, and so it's been great. And then she had multiple visits since then, and when I was in the hospital. And she's an amazing girl, so. But I look forward.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bernhard. I don't have any other questions. If you're okay to keep going,
Sure.
both attorneys will have an opportunity to question you if you need a break at any time. Just let us know.
Thank you.
Sir, did you want to break before the question, or do you want to?
I just need some more water.
Okay, we'll take care of that.
But I'm ready to keep going.
All right, we'll make sure.
Can I get a 5-minute break?
You want a 5-minute break? All right. Why don't we take a break then? We can make sure that he has water and everything. Court's going to stand in recess. Back on the record in the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Callahan and Finley. Counsel is present as well as the defendants. And you had finished your direct examination.
I did, yes.
Yes, correct. All right. Sure, cross-examination.
Thank you.
New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, the night of New Year's.
New Year's Day.
Okay. Now, were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol that evening?
No.
Okay. And you spoke to the police and made a statement about your observations shortly after the incident happened, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So would you agree that what you told the police was accurate? Why are you just believing so? Why aren't you sure?
Oh, no, I'm sure. Sorry, I say I believe so. To answer.
So you're sure that what you reported was accurate? Okay. Now, you told the police that it was Miss Vincent who shot your father-in-law, Mr. Stevie Smith, is that correct?
I do not, as I mentioned previously, can I ask a clarifying question? Is it the night of? So,
Well, let's, are you talking about when you spoke to the police? Are you asking me questions about that?
well, you said that I made a statement to the police.
Right. Did you report to the police who you saw shoot your father?
I do not remember
Okay.
specifically saying.
So you don't know who shot your father-in-law? Is that what your testimony now? And you don't know who shot your wife?
No, I was the first one at the shop.
Okay. And Ms. Vincent shot you, correct?
I believe so. To be honest with you, I don't know. I was shot when I was sitting there. She had both my wife and I looking down.
Okay, it was the butt of her gun that hit you here, though, right?
To be honest with you, I do not recall whose gun hit me.
It was only her near you and your wife at the time, correct?
That is not correct, because she was standing, as I testified, she was standing a few feet from my wife and I. One of the two other individuals was, as I mentioned, was walking frantically throughout the kitchen from what I could see.
And that person was also moving around the house, close, I believe you told us?
Yes.
Okay, and that person was this gentleman?
As I do not know which gentleman it was.
Okay.
It was one. From my observations, both of them were moving around the house. I don't know who was the one directly walking past me.
Let me ask you this, sir. Approximately how long do you believe these individuals were inside your home? Approximate time.
Approximately, it felt very long. It, as I testified, I felt like I remember me going through in my mind, why, that night I was like, why are they still here?
Would you say it was 15 minutes,
It was longer than 15.
30 minutes?
That's my, it's hard in that type of environment to put a time on it, but I would say it felt at least 30 minutes.
Okay.
But my perception of time and sitting there with a gun pointed at me may not be completely accurate. But I remember, so there was, as I mentioned, I was trying to be as calm as I could and de-escalate the situation. And I was even trying, to talk to Miss Vincent about her daughter and thinking that was her intention of being there, her only intention. And, why she still hadn't just taken her daughter and left.
Would you agree, Mr. Bernhard, that your interaction during the time that Miss Vincent was inside your home was primarily with her?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not, you said you was struck in the head, but you don't know what type of, you believe it was a gun, but you're not sure about that, correct?
Sure.
Okay. But at the time you were struck, Ms. Vincent was nearby, is that correct?
She was in front of us the majority of the time.
Okay. And you would agree that one of the two individuals was also in front of you the majority of the time, correct?
Not in front of me the entire time.
Well, in the same room?
Yeah, in the same.
One of the two individuals was primarily in the same room with you. And you're right.
I saw them walk past like where we were numerous times. So.
Okay. And what hospital were you taken to for treatment?
University of Michigan.
And you did not see who took your phone, is that correct?
No, Miss Vincent took my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, she took my phone.
And was it Miss Vincent who took Olivia and True out the home?
So I did not, I was shot at that time.
I'm sorry?
So I was shot at the time. I did not see, I know that,
If you don't
No,
know,
no,
just say
so-
you don't know. That's fine.
no,
I
so
don't want you to speculate.
no, I'm not, so what I'm not going to speculate on is, I know that Miss Vincent instructed one of the gentlemen that were in my home to, as True was getting her coat and her shoes and walked past us and walked back, instructed one of them to take True and get her ready to leave.
Okay.
That's what I know.
Did you see True leave the home with
No.
anyone? Did you see Olivia leave the home with anyone?
No, that I was shot at the time and then on the ground.
Okay. But you would agree that what you reported to the police within those within that 24-hour period would have been accurate about what you observed, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Very well, cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Bernhard. Sorry for your loss. Mr. Bernhard, you indicated that Siobhan Vincent, had previous threats against you, right?
Yes.
Right. So when you recognize or saw a vehicle in the driveway? Yes?
Yes.
At the beginning, you thought it was, based on conversations with your wife, that it may have been Amazon.
Yes.
Right. So you went to the garage to receive
I was.
with the expectation.
I was in the process of going. So I did not get my shoes on and I did not walk up to work, but I was heading out that.
So the garage is connected. And you were gonna
Yes.
walk through it.
Yes.
You never walked through that.
Right.
But you didn't see how individuals entered your home. You didn't see how.
No, I heard the commotion and heard the scream.
Okay. You don't know if somebody opened the door.
No.
That would be the front door.
Yes.
Okay. First, speaking about weapons, you couldn't describe a third weapon, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, you also indicate that Vincent was exerting control.
Yes.
She wanted everybody to know that she was the gangster, correct?
Yes.
Right. And she was telling people what to do,
Yes.
right? And she was with you and your wife.
Yes.
You saw her with a gun.
Yeah.
Pointed to you guys. All right. And as she is making or giving instructions to people, they're at a distance. You can assume that they were at a distance.
So, the proximity to my house, like I said, it's an open concept. So we were in the kitchen and probably from, the whole distance from the kitchen to the other side of the living room is probably 30 feet. So when I saw her giving directions, she was looking at whoever she was giving directions to within that area.
So you don't know if they went upstairs. You don't know if anything like that happened.
Based on the damage of the house, somebody.
All right, so that's after the fact. It was not your present sense impression that they went upstairs, right, at the time.
Well, my sense based upon how frantically everybody was moving, and based upon the things that she was saying to them, they were going to the entire house.
And you say you saw somebody frantically, that they were nervous or something of that sort?
It was just like, I describe it as, because I'm not, I'm a very calm person, so from my perspective, I describe it as nervous energy, but it's just an energy, somebody holding, a weapon kind of moving around, very energetic. But it felt like it was a nervous energy.
It was a horrible situation. Now, Vincent, took your phone from you.
Yes.
Vincent, would have had to have some way of accessing the cell, right?
Yes.
Nobody else was involved in accessing that cell information on your phone, right?
Not that I recall.
Was the Zelle app on your phone, or did you have to log into your bank account?
She demanded our bank information.
Okay, and so you were telling her, was there an app on the phone from your bank?
So not an app, but and I don't know what she was logging into.
Okay,
She grabbed my wallet, had the credit cards, and did a transaction on my phone.
so that took some time. Yes? And nobody else was assisting her when she had that phone.
Not that I recall.
Okay. Good question.
Any redirect of this witness?
Yes, just very.
Yes.
Just a couple follow-up questions, if you're doing okay.
Yeah.
You described the men as moving around energetically. Have you ever been in contact with someone that is high on drugs?
Yes.
Would you describe that demeanor as someone who could be high on drugs?
I would say that could be something that fit that description.
Did you ever hear either of the men tell Miss Vincent, no, don't do it?
No.
When Miss Vincent gave an instruction, did you either hear or see one or both of the men follow that instruction?
Yeah, they were, there wasn't a lot of response from either of them to her. And when it seemed like they weren't doing it exactly what she wanted, she was, I remember her calling them she, and, basically reprimanding them and telling them that they weren't doing it the way she wanted. But there wasn't any, there was very little response from them.
And they were working as a team.
Objection causes speculation.
I think he can give that, his opinion of that. So I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
My perception was that she was just giving instructions, both of them, in different tasks.
And those tasks were getting completed.
Yes.
Can you describe some damage to the upstairs of your home?
So the biggest damage was balusters, stairs.
And anything upstairs in the bedrooms or bathrooms that you recall once you got back into the home?
Go ahead.
Mr. Bernhard, what task did Ms. Benson give this gentleman, if you know, and I don't want you to guess?
As I previously mentioned, I don't know which tasks were given to which individual.
Very well.
There was no damage to the front door, right?
There was,
There was damage to the front door?
yes.
Okay. Was it extensive or?
It's not extensive, but there was damage.
Okay, thank you.
What kind of damage?
The hinges are, I need to fix all the hinges, and then, there's kind of some, by where the door opens, there's some like holes and, some minor damage to the wood.
Okay. All right. That wasn't there before this incident. Correct. Okay. Just a couple of questions. You mentioned that there was $5,000 that was taken.
Yes. From so there's $5,000 taken that night. And I believe either a day or two later, an additional $1,000 was withdrawn. That came, my credit card company picked up a fraud. I believe it was the day after, so.
The day
It's
after.
a total of $6,000.
Total of 6,000. Okay.
In 2 transactions.
Gotcha. And then you had mentioned, there wasn't follow-up, was there other property that was taken from the home, like jewelry?
I believe there was something.
Oh,
I don't have a list of, all my wife's jewelry to know what was taken, but I believe it was.
all right. All right, any questions based on the court's questions?
No, yeah.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you very much for your testimony. May call your next witness.
People call Deputy Heath.
If you please come forward and be sworn.
Will you take a seat, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
See, state, spell your first and last name for the record.
Deputy Vonheath, Vonheath.
All right, go ahead. You may inquire.
Thank you, Deputy Heath. My name's Amy Reiser. Is it Vonheath or Heath?
Vonheath.
Vonheath. Amy Reiser from the prosecutor's office. I have a series of questions I ask you. If there's anything that you don't understand, please let me know and I'll repeat the question. When I'm done asking you questions, attorneys for each defendant will ask you questions as well.
Okay.
Thank you. And if you need to refresh your recollection with your report at any time, just let me know. I have a copy of it. It looks like you might have brought a copy with you. Is that correct? Can you tell the court where it is that you're employed
I'm employed with the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office
and in what capacity?
as a deputy sheriff.
And how long have you been employed there?
Just over 2 years.
Did you have prior police experience?
I did.
Where at?
I worked 3 years for Osceola Township Police Department.
And were you working in your capacity as a deputy with the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department on January 1st, 2025?
Yes, I was.
And what was your assignment on that day?
I was working road patrol in Ypsilanti Township.
And does that mean you're just patrolling the township for traffic violations, calls?
Correct, yes.
And what shift were you working?
I was working midnight shift, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
So you would have come on shift at 8 p.m. on January 1st, 2025,
Yes,
and worked to January 2nd, 2025 at 8 a.m.
yes.
And were you on patrol in a vehicle by yourself or did you have a partner?
I was by myself that night.
And,
Actually, I apologize. I was not by
Okay.
myself that night. I had a brand new room. His training officer wasn't there, so he's riding with me that night.
and, after your shift started, were you, I don't want to say dispatch, but did you assist Northfield Township Police Department in a homicide investigation?
Yes.
And can you tell the court how that came about?
So I was in West Willow neighborhood area on another call for service. I scanned Metro East Dispatch and Metro West Dispatch. Northfield Township is dispatch for Metro West, and I heard dispatch air out the emergency tones for a shooting that occurred in Northfield Township.
And so what does that mean to you when you hear that aired out?
At the time, it was very minimal information, so nothing at that specific time. More of just we're made aware of it.
Okay. And you're now listening to the dispatch in case anything else comes out.
Correct.
And do you recall what time that was aired?
It was dark, but it also did start at around 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock or so.
But it was after 8 p.m. after your shift
It
started?
was, yes.
Okay. So you don't do anything with the initial information?
No.
And what's the next thing you hear or do?
I was made aware that one of the suspects was identified in the course of the investigation. I don't know how, but my other shift partners either heard that information or read the dispatch notes or something.
And what was the suspect information?
It was
Objection, lack of foundation.
Mhm.
If to testify because he doesn't know how the person was identified.
Well, but I'm presuming what's actually gonna happen is gonna be asked who it was, and that he's forming his state of mind as to what he then does.
Right, and it's the police
Yeah,
theory, and so I'm not asking if he knows how the suspect was developed, but if he did actually hear the suspect.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, did you know or hear over the police dispatch the suspect information?
I was made aware that it was a female, last name Vince.
And did you do anything immediately with that information, or?
Personally, I did not, because I was on another call for service.
Okay.
My partners did.
Okay. And who were your partners?
Deputy Sims and Deputy Bechtel, I believe, Deputy Bechtel is for sure.
And so Deputy Bechtel was on patrol that evening as well, different vehicle.
Correct, different vehicles, same shift.
Okay. And so when you say that he did something with that information, are you hearing the radio traffic or the dispatch information?
Partially, yes. It was also discussed in between our shift, that there might be some more information that would assist us in doing something.
Okay. So what happens next?
Through using our in-house Clemis, which is our report writing system, our information system, we used the name of Ms. Benson to locate that she had ties to a residence in Ypsilanti Township. In fact, Bill and I, once I was clearing my call, began heading to that location in that area to see if there was anything we could possibly do or locate.
Okay. And so at this time, you have an address that's associated with one of the suspects in the shooting in Northfield Township.
Correct.
And that address is within your jurisdiction in Washtenaw County, Ypsilanti Township.
Yes.
Okay. And you recall the address?
1201 Lexington Parkway.
And what happens when you start to head to that location? I presume you're driving in your patrol vehicle.
Yes. Deputy Bechtel was in the area already. And he relayed information that he observed a vehicle leaving that residence.
1201 Lexington.
1201 Lexington Parkway, yes. And he was waiting for additional units before making any type of contact. I was en route to the location, fleeing to try to assist.
And you're coming from Superior Township, which is not far.
I was actually coming from station, County Station 2 on Huron Street in Nancy Township.
And so are you in direct communication with Deputy Bechtel, or is this going over traffic, radio traffic, if you recall?
I got the call.
Okay. And so, what happens as you're heading there or when you arrive?
Deputy Bechtel airs over dispatch that he is stepping out, making citizen contact with two individuals. First, a male and then a female individual.
And what happens next?
He detains the male, and while he's detaining the male, a female walks up from where the first male came from. And about that time that he's trying to detain the female, is when I pull on to Wendell Ave.
And where is Wendell in relation to Lexington Parkway?
Wendell it runs north and south in between Holmes and Clark Road, and it's just east of 12 Lexington Parkway.
So not a far drive.
No, same.
And so you pull up with your patrol vehicle?
Yes.
And your recruit in the front seat?
Yep.
And do you see Deputy Bechtel out with anyone?
Yes, he was out attempting to take the female into custody.
And at that moment, did you know who that was?
I did not.
And how did that appear to be happening well, or?
No, it did not. It wasn't a fight at that time by any means. But he was still trying to get one of her arms behind her back, and it wasn't willingly.
Okay, so what did you do at that time?
He advised that the vehicle he was looking for was on Raleigh Court, which is just north of Holmes, right off of Wendell. And he advised me that there was either a black or blue Honda vehicle that was down at the dead end that he had not seen come out yet. I drove past Deputy Bechtel and went to go look for that vehicle on Raleigh Court.
And did you locate it?
I located a blue Honda Civic, which I believe at the time was the vehicle. I approached the vehicle and it was unoccupied.
Did you relay that information to anyone, or?
I aired that information to dispatch.
And what happened next?
Deputy Bechtel advised that he was needing more assistance, taking the female or detaining the female as she was becoming uncooperative.
So what did you do?
I left Raleigh Court and ran over, leaving my patrol vehicle there, ran over to Deputy Bechtel to assist him.
And what, if anything, did you do?
Assisted with putting handcuffs on her and then searching her for any weapons.
And was the female resisting arrest?
Yes, by definition of the MCL, yes.
Okay, and did you know her identity at that time?
I did not.
And did you later learn her identity?
Later down the road, yes.
And who was that female?
Misfits.
First name?
I don't remember off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Siobhan Vincent.
Siobhan, yes.
And was she later identified as one of the suspects in the Northfield Township shooting?
Yes.
So you assisted in detaining her, and then what happened?
She was left with two other deputies and Deputy Bechtel, and I walked back over to Raleigh Court towards my patrol car. Deputy Bechtel looked at the vehicle that my patrol car was behind and blew on the Civic, and he said that was not the vehicle that he was following. At that time, he looked further down Raleigh Court and observed a black Honda HRV at the dead end of the circle of Raleigh Court. He advised that was the vehicle he was trying to push.
And then what did the two of you do?
The two of us, along with other numerous deputies, were arriving in the area. We all approached the vehicle and we observed that it was occupied still.
And who, if anyone, was?
There was two males and a juvenile female in the vehicle.
And did you identify the two males in the vehicle?
I identified the backseat male as Keith Finley.
And did you remove him from the vehicle?
I did.
Did you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was with Mr. Finley in the back of the vehicle?
There's 2 dogs and the child.
And who was the child? If you recall her name.
I don't recall her name, but it was a white female child.
Do you know if she was later identified as Olivia Bernhard?
Yes, she was.
And did you take care of the child or did you take care of Mr. Finley?
I took care of Mr. Finley, other deputies assisting with the child.
And what, if anything, did you locate on his person? If you recall.
I don't recall anything of note of evidentiary value.
Did you know who the other male in the vehicle was?
I did not.
And who took custody?
I believe Deputy Tripp and Deputy.
Did you go inside the vehicle and see anything inside the vehicle?
I did not search the vehicle.
I don't have any other questions for you. The defense attorney's name.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Young.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Deputy Vonheath. You said you assisted with searching Vincent for weapons.
Patting her down, searching for weapons, yes.
Was a weapon found on her?
I found pepper spray when I searched her.
Do you know if any other officers found any weapons?
I heard later that a handgun was found on her person.
Was that a 9mm?
I don't recall.
Very well. Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You indicated that nothing of note of evidentiary value was found.
Correct. Yes.
You did not find a gun on him or any bullets or anything of that sort.
No, not on his person.
Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
Just briefly, was, to your knowledge, was defendant Keith Finley turned over to Northfield Township Police?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Hearing nothing else, you may step down. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
I call you next witness.
Deputy Bernhard Tripp.
Tripp.
Tripp, T-R-I-P.
This one.
Will you take a seat, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Will you take a seat? State, spell your first and last name for the record.
Brian Tripp, Bryan.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Deputy Tripp. I'm Amy Reiser with the prosecutor's office. I have a series of questions to ask you. If there's anything that you don't understand, let me know and I can repeat the question. When I'm done questioning you, the attorneys will, Mr. Callahan and Mr. Finley will also have an opportunity to question you. Same rules apply. Can you tell the court where it is that you are employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed at the Washtenaw County.
And how long have you been employed as a deputy?
Just over 4 years.
And any prior law enforcement experience?
No, just here.
Okay. And were you working in your capacity as a deputy on January 1st, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Did you recall what area of the county you were patrolling?
Yep, I was in Superior Township at the time.
And what shift were you working?
8 p.m. to 4 a.m.
And so would it be correct to say that your shift started at 8 p.m. on January 1st, 2025 and would go then to January 2nd, 2025? And were you working alone or did you have a partner?
I had a partner,
And who was your partner?
that we know.
Neto? N-A-T-E-O?
Yeah.
And sometime after your shift started at 8 p.m. on January 1st, 2025, did you go to the location of Raleigh Court or Lexington Park in Ypsilanti Township?
Yes.
Okay. And what caused you to go to that location?
So there was a BOL put out of the shooting that happened in Washtenaw Township. It was reported that the victim's phone was in the suspect's vehicle, and at the time, they pinged the phone to the location of it. It pinged in Superior Township, somewhere on Sheffield Road. So me and the fire deputy Neto, we went to go check that area because it was the area we control. At that time, deputy Beckler was found out that he's possibly going to be Raleigh Court.
And did you have any other information at that time when you went to assist Deputy Bechtel on Raleigh Court?
I knew it was home invasion outside at the time.
Multiple subjects involved. Okay. And what happened when you arrived on Raleigh Court?
When I arrived on Raleigh Court, Deputy Bechtel had already had 2 individuals detained. And we were kind of just everything for anybody else who might be there. He ended up coming back over to us once he had that vehicle. And he pointed out the car that they came from. So we approached the car, and there were still multiple subjects in the vehicle.
And before you approached the car that had multiple subjects still in it, do you know who Deputy Bechtel had detained?
I did not know.
Okay. Was it a female and a male, 2 males, a male and or 2 females?
Based off my knowledge, female.
And what happened when you then approached the vehicle that still had people in it?
Yeah, so we approached, and Deputy Vonheath was me, both on the passenger side. The person that was in the front passenger seat, he was out of the car, brought up my way.
And who was that?
That was,
And so you detained Gregor Callahan. Okay, and do you see him in the courtroom today? And could you tell the court where he's seated and what he's wearing?
I see it to the right anywhere.
If the record could reflect, he's identified defendant Gregor Callahan.
Is that objection record also reflect?
And once, who else was in the vehicle? You know,
I don't recall her name, it was another, female. I'm not sure.
but when you say younger female, was it a child? And where was she?
She was in the back.
Okay. And the older male, did you ever learn his name in the course of the investigation?
I did.
If I said the name, would that refresh your recollection? Was it Keith Finley?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was he removed from the vehicle?
He was in the back seat.
With the child. And was she later identified as Olivia Bernhard? And when you detained Mr. Callahan, tell me about your interaction with him.
Yeah, so I detained them, walked them over to the once he was in there, I tried to get an identification off of him. He didn't have one on him, so I just asked him to tell him his name. And he provided me the name, the nickname, on it.
So he gave you a false name. You tried to find that name in the system, couldn't find it. And then you asked for what his real name is. And were you then able to find that individual in the system and confirm his identity?
Yeah, after 12 years.
Okay. And was he then taken into custody for Northfield Township Police Department?
Yeah, he's taking.
And what, if anything, did you locate on his person when you took him into custody?
So once we got back to the station, searching. Because he did have a crack pipe sock, so I'm not sure it was not, but I wanted to get that out of the sock before we went to the station. After that, credit card, the others that we had.
And do you recall whose names were on the credit cards?
Yes.
It was the victims' names? Yes. Jeffrey Bernhard?
Jeffrey Bernhard.
And did you notice anything else on or about this person or clothing that you took note of?
Yeah, once we got back into the shoes, and I noticed on both shoes, on the outside.
Okay. And so did you take photographs of that?
I did not, but.
In locating the shotgun in the backseat?
I was able to.
You never saw it yourself? Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed 4, 5, and 6 exhibits and ask if you recognize these items.
I don't mean to be disruptive. I believe my client has an emergency situation.
Your client does.
That's
Why don't we stop at this moment? No recess there, given that circumstance. All right. Court is standing briefly. All right. Court does recall the cases. Callahan and Finley. Counsel is present. Defendants are present. Ms. Reiser, you may continue.
Thank you. Deputy Tripp, I was asking what, if anything, you located on defendant Gregory Callahan's person. And I placed before you what's been marked as people's proposed and number 5, and I'm just asking if you I don't have what's in those photographs.
Yes, so exhibit 5 are the
On the back, it's 2-sided, I'm sorry.
that is the crack. Also.
And so those items were recovered from Gregory Callahan. I would move for the admission of exhibit 5.
Any objection or voir dire?
none yet. No objection.
Exhibit 5 is admitted.
And exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is jewelry. This pocket.
And those are earrings.
Yeah, earrings, a watch, wrist.
And those were recovered from Mr. Callahan's pocket.
Yeah, so.
And I would move for the admission of exhibit 4.
Any objection or voir dire to the admission of exhibit 4?
No objection. None yet.
Exhibit 4 is admitted.
I don't have any, did you, I'm so sorry if I asked you this before we took the break. Talk about anything on Mr. Hanlon's foods?
Yes, we talked about that.
What was it?
Well, it's better.
Thank you, I don't have any other questions.
All right, very good. Ms. Young, cross-examination.
If you need to refresh your recollection of your what you think.
Oh,
Testimony was used the front seat passenger, is that correct?
yeah.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol at the time you came into contact? I'm sorry?
Not that I know.
You found no handguns on his person, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
With respect to the jury, there's a bracelet, some earrings, and a watch, is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. Cross-examination. No questions. All right, any redirect based on any of that?
I do have one follow-up question.
Yeah, go ahead.
From this point. Deputy Tripp, was the defendant Gregory Callahan then turned over to Northfield Township Police Department?
Yes, he is at our station. They came with,
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
we brought him to our station.
Until Northfield Township came. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. You may step down, sir. Thank you. All right, thank you. May I call your next witness?
Thank you. The people would call Officer Diacono.
All right. Sir, please come forward and be sworn.
Take a seat, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
See, state and spell your first and last name for the record, please.
First name is Brandon, Brannon. Last name is Diacono, Diacono.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Officer Diacono. My name is Amy Reiser. I have a series of questions that I'm going to ask you. If there's anything that you don't understand or you need the question repeated, please let me know and I can do that. There's a microphone in front of you. It won't amplify your voice, but it will make a recording of these proceedings. So we need you to keep your voice up. And when witnesses sometimes testify, they get nervous and shake their head yes or no. So we do need a verbal response.
Okay.
If there's anything that you don't recall, you can refresh your recollection with your police report if needed. You just need to let us know.
Okay.
And when I'm done asking questions, both attorneys for the defendants will have an opportunity to question you and say things. Can you tell the court where it is that you're employed?
Northfield Township Police Department,
And how long have you been employed there?
approximately 5 years.
And what are your duties there?
I'm a patrol officer, so take call and run to respond to any kind of situation I need.
And were you working on January 1st, 2025 in your capacity as a patrol officer?
Yes.
And were you dispatched to Nolder Bend Drive in Northfield Township, Washtenaw?
Yes.
And do you recall what time you received the dispatch?
Approximately 20-33 hours.
And it's 20:33 hours, 8:33 p.m.
Correct.
And what was the nature of the dispatch?
We were dispatched to a shooting. Dispatch advised that there was a male on a porch of 2039 Nolder Bend that had shot in the face. He was also blown.
And so did you respond directly to 2039 Nolder?
Yes.
Okay. And whom, if anyone, did you make contact with?
I made contact with the caller. His name is Allie Wright, and then also Mr. Jeffrey Bernhard.
And based on your investigation, did the crime actually occur at 2039 Dollar Bend, or did you determine that it occurred somewhere else?
I determined that it occurred somewhere else.
And what was the address of the crime scene?
2053.
And where is that in relation to 2039?
It's a house right next door, to the east.
And what are the lots like, the property?
They're larger lots, over an acre or two.
And what were the nature of Mr. Bernhard's injuries?
When I arrived on the scene, I noticed that his right eye was swollen all the way shut. There was quite a bit of blood on his face and also over his shirt. He stated he got shot in the eye, also got hit with a gun in his right eye, and also what appeared to be a bullet hole of his left chest.
And what was his demeanor?
When I first arrived on scene, he was seemed like he was out of breath, a little stressed from the situation. However, he was able to answer all my questions fairly calmly considering the situation.
And what information did he provide to you?
The first thing I asked him was if he knew who shot him. He told me that it was Siobhan Benson. While speaking with him, he also said that Siobhan and two unknown black males entered his house with guns, and then also that he said that he believes his wife was dead inside the house.
And as this information is coming to you from Mr. Bernhard, what are you doing with it?
As it's being relayed to me, I'm relaying it to dispatch, so every other officer that's on the dispatch channel can hear it.
And did you have any information about the children in the home at that time?
I knew he had two children. He wasn't sure where his biological daughter and his foster child were at.
And did you relay that information to dispatch?
Yes, sir.
Did you summon an ambulance or were they already en route for Mr.?
I believe the ambulance was already en route. And I made sure that they came to the 2039 Dollar Bend address and updated them with the injuries that I saw.
And did you interview the homeowner, Ali?
Yes, I did.
And did you go to the scene at 2053 Dollar Bend?
I did not make entry into the 2053 home, but I was outside. That's where our incident van was at.
And what other role or duties did you have at either 2039 or 2053 Dollar Bend? Did you stay on scene there all night?
Not all night, no. Once Mr. Bernhard was transported to the hospital, I continued to spoke with the homeowner, see if there's any other information I can gather from them. And then I was told by our lieutenant that there was another home in Ypsilanti that I should go to.
And so was that 1201 Lexington Parkway?
Correct, yes.
And what was the purpose in you going to that address?
I was updated that other troopers that were at the address located Mr. Bernhard's foster daughter, Tripp, and I was due out there to speak with the woman that was living in the home, which was actually Tripp's grandmother.
And so what happened when you made 1201 Lexington Parkway?
Once I arrived there, I spoke with Tripp's grandmother, Suzette Hampton. I asked her if she knew why Tripp was there, and if she knew any kind of information that would help us determine where either Siobhan was at or any other information that would help in the case.
And was True there when you arrived?
Yes, she was.
And were any of the homicide suspects on scene at 1201 Lexington Parkway when you arrived?
No, not right.
And did you ever obtain information that they were apprehended at a separate location?
I heard over the radio that they were apprehended. I was not sure where that was at.
Okay. And did you obtain anything from that residence pertinent to this case from Miss Hampton, from Suzette Hampton?
Yes,
And what was that?
it was CCTV footage from 2 different cameras that were placed on her detached garage and her front porch.
And that was downloaded to evidence.com.
Yes, please.
And what did you do at that time then with Tripp, with the minor child?
At that point, we wanted to get her examined at the hospital. So I contacted HCA and had them pick Drew up. I followed, they were ready to my own car. And they transferred her to CS Hospital.
And do you know Tripp's age?
Approximately 4 years old.
And did you have any other involvement in the investigation at that time?
No.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you, counsel, for either defendant. Any questions for you?
Ms. Young, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Officer Diacono. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Diacono, yes.
Diacono. So you were one of the first officers on the scene, is that correct?
Correct.
And you spoke to Jeffrey Bernhard,
Yes.
and he told you that Ms. Jensen had shot him, correct?
Yes.
And when subsequently you went to the grandmother's home, Miss Vincent's mother's home, is that correct?
Miss Vincent's mother's home, correct, yes.
Okay, and spoke to her mother, correct?
Yes.
And she told you that Miss Vincent had dropped off True there.
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right.
No further questions.
All right. Any redirect based upon the questions?
No.
All right. Thank you, officer. You may step down.
Thank you.
Call Sergeant Jim Basso.
Please come forward and be sworn.
Take a seat, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
See, state and spell your first and last name for the record.
James Basso, Basso. First name is James, James.
All right. You may inquire.
Sergeant Basso, can you tell the court where it is that you're employed
I work for the Township of Northfield.
and in what capacity?
I'm a sergeant for the police department.
And how long have you been employed with the Northfield Township Police Department?
I've been employed with Northfield for just over 5 years.
And do you have any prior police experience?
Yes, I started my career in 1994 with the great Unadilla Township. Then went to Pinckney, and then eventually I hired in Saline in 1996, where I was employed for 24 years. So I have 31 total years of experience.
And in your capacity as a sergeant with the Northfield Township Police Department, were you working on January 1st, 2025?
I was the night shift supervisor.
And were you dispatched to Dollar Ben Drive in Northfield Township, Washtenaw County?
I was.
And do you recall what time that dispatch came in?
It was 2033, 2034 hours, so 8:34.
8:34 p.m. And what was the nature of the dispatch?
Dispatcher, they set out an alert tone for a critical incident and advised us that there was a male on the front porch that had a apparent gunshot wound to the head.
And when you say there's a special tone that goes out, is that only to your department or does that go out countywide to other departments?
It's on our talk group, which is Metro West, so anybody that's on Metro West will hear that tone, which would be basically Ann Arbor, MSP, us. Trying to think who else might be on West. There's a group of half the counties on Metro West.
And then there's a Metro East.
Correct.
So the tone goes out, and does that signify to you as a police officer, like,
There's a critical incident somewhere in the
Yes.
county, it might not be us, but they say special attention Northfield Township. And then we know it's our call, it could be, they set that tone out anywhere in the county that there's a critical incident.
and so where did you respond from? Were you at the station or somewhere else?
I was in the subdivision of Eagle Gardens, which is off of East Shore, near 7 Mile.
And so did you go straight to the address dispatched?
Correct,
And that address was 2039 Bend?
that's correct.
What happened when you arrived?
So when I arrived, I located Officer Diacono, who was inside the residence with the victim that was there. I went in to confirm, we knew on the way that there might be a possible second address involved with other potential victims. I went there first, one, to make sure that Officer Diacono was secure and okay with what he was doing, and then also to confirm which actual house of the neighbors was the potential second location.
And you said that Officer Diacono was with the victim. Was that Jeffrey Bernhard?
That was Jeffrey.
Okay. Did you observe his injuries?
Yes.
And could you briefly explain for the court what those were?
As I walked in, Officer Diacono was cutting off his shirt, which exposed a bullet hole injury to his upper chest on his left side. And then on the right side of his face, he had massive trauma to his eyebrow, eye, and cheekbone. And then, obviously excessive blood that was coming down from his side of his face.
And when you're on scene there at 2039 Bend, are you relaying any further information to dispatch?
Not until I was waiting for more officers to arrive, because I knew Ann Arbor was coming, I knew Washtenaw County was coming, so I knew I was getting extra manpower. And at that point, I wanted more people there before we went to the other house. So I basically divided our forces that were the officers on duty at that time. Half stayed with Jeff, and the other half went, me and another guy and the Ann Arbor officers went to the neighbor's house.
Okay. And so by neighbor's house, you mean 2053?
It would be Jeff's residence.
Okay. And
Correct.
is that 2053 now?
Correct. 20.
And so when backup arrived, what happens when you go to 2053 now?
So we go toward the front door. It's a fairly long driveway. We drove back. We started to approach the house. The garage door was right in line with the driveway on the east side of the house. The garage door was open. So I had the Northfield officer that was with me and a county deputy post up at the corner of that garage, while myself and the Ann Arbor officers went to the front door, which was basically facing the south side of the house.
And was the front door open or closed?
The front door was closed. When we did approach the door, it was unlocked.
And describe entry into the home. Was there a screen door, just a front door?
So there was a screen door and then the main door, the regular door. So we opened the screen door and opened the main door and then made entry into the foyer part of the house.
And what, if anything, did you discover in the foyer?
So there was lights on in the house, the lights were on, everything was lit up pretty well inside the house. As we entered into the house, we could see two legs sticking out from what we know is now the kitchen area, but we could see the 2 feet that were kind of angled toward the hallway. At that point, we kind of stayed there until we got another officer to arrive with a ballistic shield so that we can start to clear the rest of the house.
And at this time, do you know if any of the suspects are in the home?
No, we weren't sure.
And so when the other officer arrives, what happens next?
So we started to clear the house. We obviously identified ourselves as we walked into the house. Immediately to the left, there is a office area, like a tiny little room, which is like a den area to the left of the foyer. That foyer then opens up into a bigger room, living room on the left, and then the kitchen. And then there's some islands and stuff within the kitchen. But it's one big open room with no walls that separate the two. As we turn the corner, we saw what later we identified as Steve, on the ground, face down, with a very large pool of blood coming out from underneath his head, area and chest. We then, to the immediate right is the kitchen, and as you turn that right, there's also stairs that go up and stairs that go down, right around the corner along the wall. So we formulated a plan to secure the upstairs, downstairs, so we could then do the main floor suite before we went up or down. At that time, I could see along that one wall of the kitchen, there's another hallway that goes to the garage, which is then the man door that goes into the garage. As I started to walk down that little aisleway in the kitchen, I could see 2 more feet sticking out around the corner, which ended up being the other victim in the house.
And was that identified as Jennifer Bernhard?
Yes, it was.
And what did you do at that point? Did you check the victims? Were you still trying to clear the house?
At that point, we were still trying to clear the house because we hadn't gone upstairs or downstairs. So we took a position while the Ann Arbor officers went upstairs, and then we held the area that we already had searched. Then they went and cleared it downstairs. Once they were all cleared, I checked both victims for any signs of life, which it was done. And then at that point, we did the secondary search of the area.
And what were you looking for during the secondary search?
Potential hidden kids. We did a little more into the puppies to make sure that there were no children hiding from the noise or the incident itself.
And did you know there were children in the home? Had you obtained that information from Jeffrey Bernhard?
Yes, well, Officer Diacono did relay information that he was getting from Jeffrey. Once we did divide up and we split, I had my radio in my ear and I was hearing the information relayed from Jeffrey to Officer Diacono through the radio.
And did you locate either one of those minor children?
No, we did not.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 18 and 19 and ask if you recognize these.
Yes, this is the condition that we found the bodies in when we went into entry into the home.
And who is depicted in People's Proposed Exhibit 18?
That would be Stevie, the father-in-law.
And were you able to ascertain where the gunshot wound is?
At that point, once I knew that there was no signs of life and that there was no chance to save him, I didn't want to disturb the scene or any potential evidence that was on the body. So I did not touch him, remove him, or roll him, or do anything.
And he was in the photograph laying face down?
That is correct. That is the exact positioning and location where he was at.
And the pool of blood is near what part of his body?
His head and upper chest.
I would move for the admission of exhibit 18.
Any objection or order?
No. No objection.
18 is admitted.
And 19?
19 is the second victim that I saw around the corner by the man door headed to the man door to the garage.
And that victim was identified as who?
Jennifer Byrne.
And that's how she appeared when you entered the home?
That is correct. I did the same thing. I checked her and there was no chance or signs. And I didn't want to disturb the body any further, so that is exactly the way I saw her when I did enter the house.
I would move for the admission of exhibit 18.
Any objection or order?
No objection.
Exhibit 19 is admitted.
Did you then, Sergeant Basso, relay to dispatch that the children were not in the home?
That is correct. I advised that we had 2 more victims within the house, and that there were no kids located within the house.
So what does that do to the urgency or the tone of your investigation? Now you have a victim alive at 2039 now, and you have 2 deceased victims at 2053. Now what?
I was basically gather as much information as we could from Mr. Bernhard to get descriptions of the kids the best we could for any potential Amber Alert. I notified my lieutenant and Detective Sergeant Roberts. A little bit earlier on, once I knew we had a pretty good crime scene, I notified them as soon as possible. So I was relaying information back to them, trying to get information from Officer Diacono, and then relay that information out.
And was there any other significant blood in the home other than what was around Stevie Smith and Jennifer Bernhard?
So in the photograph with Jennifer, you can see a second pool of blood that's a little bit further down the hallway, which was literally adjacent to the van door to the garage. So the doorway from the house that leads into the garage, that pool of blood, and it actually had a round spot in the middle that didn't have blood. So it was kind of like a donut shaped area of a secondary pool of blood.
And would that area be described by some as like a mudroom?
Yeah, more of a hallway that led to a mudroom. It's kind of like an in-between, between the entry to the garage, to the kitchen, to the mud.
Thank you. And did you secure the scene? Did you stay at 2053 Noller Bend all night, or what did you do?
I basically stayed there and made sure that the scene was secured. I had, we closed the garage door because we did see some blood splatter within the garage. We wanted to make sure to secure that without leaving it exposed to the elements. So I shut the garage door. I then had everybody exit the house waiting for HVA to arrive so that they could pronounce. But we then secured the front door. I positioned an officer at that front door with a list of everybody that entered or exited the residence. And I just started more scene securement and then trying to make sure the status of Mr. Bernhard and getting more information from Officer Diacono for a potential Amber Alert, which I was then sharing with the Detective Sergeant at the time.
And at some point in the course of the investigation, were you called to meet with the sheriff's department who had secured one of the subjects?
Yes, so throughout the first hour of the incident, as we were trying to piece what we had together, we were notified over the radio that there were some people that were detained, potential suspects, that the Olivia, who was Mr. Bernhard's daughter, had been recovered. We started to change our investigation a little bit. At one point, Deputy Roy advised that one of the defendants, later he was identified as Mr. Callahan, he was on his way to the hospital because he was not feeling well at the sheriff's office. And so I was directed to go to Trinity Hospital to sit with and or interview Mr. Callahan.
Okay, and so you did that?
Yes.
Okay. And the individual that you identified or that you met with and identified as Gregory Callahan, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do. He is seated to your left in the orange jumpsuit.
Record could reflect he's identified the defendant.
Record shall reflect without
And do
objection.
you recall, Sergeant Basso, what time you arrived at Trinity?
I arrived at the hospital just before 1 o'clock.
1 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And where was Mr. Callahan?
He was in one of the triage rooms or the rooms in the ER.
And what was he wearing?
He was wearing a U of M sweatshirt, hoodie sweatshirt with Michigan spelled out across the chest.
I'm going to show you what's marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 20. Is that how Mr. Callahan appeared during your contact with him?
Yes, this is a still image of my body cam footage of Mr. Callahan in the bed as I spoke to him.
Any objection or order?
No objection. No objection.
Exhibit 20 is admitted.
And how did he appear? Demeanor?
He was laying in the bed. talking to the nurse at the time when I entered the room, answering her questions. He appeared lucid.
And did you introduce yourself to him?
I did,
Okay. And he responded to you?
yes.
And did you tell him why you were there?
As soon as the nurse was done talking to him and doing whatever they were asking him medical wise, and I introduced myself and I immediately read him Miranda, and that was at 1:04 in the morning. I read him his Miranda rights. I read it from the Miranda card that I keep down my person while I'm working on my back.
And did he waive his rights and agree to speak with you?
When I initially read it, he asked what am I, he didn't use the words being charged with, he used other words, but he basically was asking what is he being arrested for? I advised him he was being arrested for murder. And he goes, I didn't kill anybody, so I understand that. And then I reiterated I need to know if you're willing to talk to me or not under Miranda, and he agreed. He said he would talk to me. Yeah. And I even asked him the second time, are you sure you want to talk to me? He said, yes.
And what was the first question you asked him?
I said, well, where was he earlier that evening?
And did he tell you where he was?
He initially told me he and the other, the female, they were out doing Uber Eats.
And did you ask if he knew her full name?
I did.
Did he?
He said he didn't know her full name, only knew her as True.
You asked how old she was?
I did. Because of the two different names, I asked if he knew how old she was. She's my age, she's 37.
And that's how he knew her?
Throughout the conversation, I asked him multiple times about how he knew her and if he knew her name, and at first he said no, but then later in the conversation, he said they kind of grew up together.
Ask him if he had been to the address on Mallard Bend in Northfield Township.
Throughout the conversation, I asked if he was there, and he did admit that he was at that location.
And did you ask him why he went there?
I did.
And what did he say?
He said that later identified as Siobhan was going there to get her daughter back.
Did you ask him who shot the resident?
I did.
What did he say?
He said he didn't know, he wasn't in the house.
And did you get more specific about why they went to the house?
I did. Through the conversation, he told me that he was hanging out with Siobhan for the last few days. He did tell me that he knew she had the gun and she had it throughout. He did tell me that she provided him with the shotgun that he admitted that he had when they went into the house. He also said that when I asked if she said anything about killing or did she have the intent or wanted to kill them, he did tell me that she made statements that she was going there to kill them.
And what did he tell you about the long gun?
He said originally he was given the shotgun from Siobhan to protect him because there were 2 pit bulls that were recovered within the car too, and that she wanted him to walk him while they were together days prior, and he wouldn't walk him without the shotgun because he was scared of him. On the night in question, he said Siobhan gave him the shotgun and wanted him to take control and make sure that the people within the house did what they were told. And that was the intent why he had the shotgun.
And did he tell you what type of gun Siobhan had?
He said it was a pistol. He described it as a black pistol and thought it might be a Glock.
And what did Mr. Callahan tell you happened when they entered?
I asked specifics if they broke into it or how they went into the house. He said that they knocked on the front door and Siobhan's daughter actually answered the door and let them in the house. And that's how they gained entry into the house through the front door.
And did he tell you what happened once inside the home?
Once they were in the house, initially they took control of the people, and then he said a gentleman that went by the name G, who was the other person, started to go off on one of the males in the house.
And Judge, just so we're cautioning for the record, that based on Courtroom versus United States, this court will not take Mr. Callahan's statement as substantive
understand.
evidence against my client. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, I'm only introducing Mr. Callahan's statements against Mr. Callahan.
Correct. All right.
So he said that G went off on one of the subjects, which ended up being Stevie. When he started to do that, Mr. Callahan said he went upstairs to use the restroom. And then while he was up there, he went into one of the bedrooms where he went through a jewelry box and took earrings. When I asked what he did with those earrings, he said he put them in his pocket.
And did you talk about other jewelry that you found?
I asked if he had or knew of any other jewelry, and he did not.
Did you ask him about the gunshots?
I did. After he came back, I asked him what he did after he came back downstairs. He said he was told to leave the house, and he went to the house and sat in the car, and he took the shotgun with him. I asked him if he heard any of the gunshots. He said he did not.
Did you ask him if he knew more information?
I did. He said that's all I know.
Did you ask him about the two children?
I did. I asked why and who took the children out of the house. He alluded to Siobhan had her daughter, True, and then G, the gentleman G, had the white girl under his arm with the dog, the white dog.
Did he say what they were going to do with the children?
The only thing he would tell me about that is that they were going to contact the mom and contact her to try and get something out of it.
To contact the mom of the white girl?
Yes, the deceased gentleman. I did tell him how do you get money or get something from a dead person, and he didn't have a response.
About the shotgun in the home and the shotgun shells?
I did. He made a statement that you're not going to find any shotgun shells in the house. And
What about his fingerprints on the shotgun? Did he tell you anything about
he
that?
didn't say anything about that. He admitted to having the shotgun the entire time they were in the house, and then he took it outside and put it in the car in the floorboard of the car where he was sitting after he left the house.
Did you ask him about money in the home?
I did inquire about them trying to take money or get money from the victims.
And what did he say?
He said that he didn't have anything to do with that. He did say that Siobhan gave him the credit cards, which he then put in. Originally, he said they were in his pocket. They fell out of his pocket and they ended up in his shoe.
The credit card of the victims?
Correct.
And did he tell you what Siobhan was doing with the gun?
At one point, I kept trying to ask him specifics about what he saw as he went up or down the stairs or when he got back down the stairs. And he said that Siobhan had the handgun pointed at which the female victim, Jennifer, had it at her chest while she was yelling at her at that time. And that was as he was exiting the residence.
We ask him again about the plans to kill the individuals.
I did. I asked him if there was any conversation on the way or at any point, did anybody say anything about what they were intending to do? I asked specifically if Siobhan told him they were going to kill them, and he replied yes.
Victims were doing, this was happening.
I started to talk to him about how he thought that the victims may have been feeling during the time of the assaults. I asked if he thought that they might be scared, and he replied yes.
Did he tell you what the victims were saying?
They stop, no, don't shoot. Just basically begging for their lives.
Ms. Young, cross-examination.
Good afternoon. Deputy Basso?
Sergeant Basso.
Sergeant Basso.
Yes, ma'am.
So Sergeant Basso, you learned from Jeff Bernhard that Miss Benson had a black handgun, right?
Correct.
And that she had shot him, his wife, and his father-in-law, right?
I learned that she did that. I'm not sure at what point within the investigation that information was made to me. It was a very dynamic and evolving situation. I was told that at some point within that initial investigation.
So you, and this was that night,
Correct.
okay, that he told you that Miss Benson had shot him, his father-in-law, and his wife.
Mr. Bernhard didn't tell me. It was information relayed to me by Officer Diacono.
You heard it through the radio communication?
Correct.
Okay. But that's what was reported
Yes.
by him to whoever he was talking to at the time. It was also reported that Miss Benson then had taken both children out of the house, correct?
The children were removed, but I don't recall knowing who actually removed them.
Did you subsequently learn that Miss Benson had dropped off her daughter at her mother's home?
I later learned that, yes.
And that Olivia, the other child, was in the back seat with the other male, right?
With both male subjects that were in the car.
My client was in the front seat, correct?
I don't know where they were positioned. I know at the time when I was told Olivia was recovered, she was recovered with both males. I don't know where they were positioned.
And I just have,
You may.
who told you that, this was subsequent information you're sharing with us now, right?
Correct.
Okay. I was just focusing on what was occurring at the time that the call came out initially.
Correct. Okay.
So in essence, then you're saying that you don't know whether Miss Benson took Olivia as well as True out the house to the car.
What I know was from the statements that Mr. Callahan told me in the hospital when I asked him those questions.
Okay.
So the answer was Siobhan had True and G had Olivia.
Not G. Gregory Callahan, but G. the other male.
Correct.
Okay. Now, no shotgun cartridges were recovered from that house, correct?
I did not see any in my initial search. I don't have the official MSP crime lab of what they found or don't found. I have not seen those documents.
Were
So
you aware that 4 9mm fire cartridges were recovered from the area where the deceased were?
I saw 9mm cartridges on the floor in the kitchen.
4.
I saw cartridges. I didn't sit there and count them because I was doing a search.
Okay,
I did not touch them. I did not move them,
you saw them,
but I saw 9mm cartridges on the floor.
and you did not see any shotgun cartridges
No,
on
I
the
did
floor, correct?
No, I did not.
Now, I want to ask you, just clarify some questions and information that was shared with you from my client. When you interviewed him, and he agreed to be interviewed by you, of course.
Yes.
And he gave us Miranda rights. And he told you that you had told him that she was going to get her side. That was the purpose for going there, correct? And that she had said something about that she didn't plan to kill him. Okay. And after arriving there, subsequently, she instructed him to leave the house and go outside, correct?
That's the statement, yes.
Okay. And you asked him about if he heard any gunshots, and he said he did not because of the distance between where the car was parked and the house.
I don't think he gave me a reason why he didn't hear them. He just said he did not hear them.
Okay. But you would have reported that in the statement that you took from him.
Yeah, I typed out verbatim everything that was asked and
Okay.
answered in my report.
And he, at some point in time, he went upstairs and told you about the jury that he had, and he turned it over.
I don't know who recovered it. He just said he put it in his pocket when he left.
But it was recovered by the
It
police
was
department.
eventually recovered.
Okay. He told you that he did not beat or hit anyone at the house, correct?
Right.
And he also advised you that the reason why he was given the shotgun is he was to be there just to make sure everybody stayed seated, correct?
Yes,
And that was by order of Ms. Benson.
just to control the people in the house.
And did you say how long he was in the house before he go out?
No.
Back out to the car? But he did advise that he never went back into the house, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Spanwell, cross-examination. All right, very good. Any redirect, Mr. Tripp?
No.
All right, thank you. Second, thank you, sir. Yes, thank you. All right, sir, please come forward and be sworn.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, sir.
See. Thank you, spell your first and last name for the record, please.
Jason Roberts, JASON.
All right, you may swear.
Twenty was admitted.
Pardon?
20 was admitted.
Yes, it was.
And 18 and 19.
18, 19, 20. Yes, that's correct.
Sergeant Roberts, can you tell the court where it is that you're employed?
Northfield Township Police Department.
And how long have you been employed there?
I'm on my 26th year.
And were you working on the evening? So did you get called in or did you hear the incident and you immediately?
Yeah, I saw this, that's myself, and I got called.
And what information, did you hear and do you recall approximately what time?
So probably 8:45 to 9 p.m. I had seen a medical call come out through, an app that we have on our phones for medical in Norfolk Township, which prompted me to want to go to my radio on. My radio on very good. Also, Diacono state there was 2 confirmed cases of possible kidnapping.
And so you did what?
I got dressed, called my lieutenant, and immediately arrived. We come up and we responded to scenes.
And that would be 2053 in Alberta.
Yes.
And that's located in Northfield Township, Washtenaw County.
Yes.
And can you describe that property or that residential area?
It's a cul-de-sac with maybe 6, 8 houses on it, all acre lots or better. Out in the country, the roads.
And so what did you do when you arrived on scene?
We were still trying to put the pieces together, who was where, who we were missing, who we were looking for. I know they developed suspects by the time we got in there, which was Vincent. And that we were looking for the 2 missing girls, foster girls, biological daughter of Dr. Bernhard.
And the foster daughter of the Bernhards was True Vincent,
Correct.
age 4.
Or
And the biological daughter of the Bernhards, Olivia Bernhard, age 10.
yes, 9.
And where was Jeffrey Bernhard, to your knowledge? Was he still on the scene waiting for HVR or had he been?
No, Jeff had been transported prior to our.
And you had 2 deceased, and who were they?
Jennifer Bernhard and C.D. Smith.
And you reviewed exhibit 18 and 19, the photographs of the deceased.
Yes.
Is that how they appeared when you arrived on the scene?
We secured the house, we never went into the scene initially. We waited for MSP to get their crime lab. But when I did finally make it in the house, that's the area where the 2 eyes were saying us.
And so what then did you do to locate the 2 minor children that were gone?
At some point, we found out that some people have been detained in this township that had the relationship resident of 1201 Lexington Parkway. So I drafted a search warrant for 1201 Lexington Parkway for troopers to be able to enter and try to locate True or the suspect.
Okay. And was True located at that address?
She was.
She was safe?
She was.
Okay. And was Olivia recovered?
I was notified by deputies that they had found a black Honda vehicle they were looking for with 2 male subjects inside, and Olivia was in that car with Snickers. And they recovered both Snickers.
And so the search warrant executed at 1201 Lexington Parkway, what if anything was recovered at that residence other than True obviously?
Another handgun, a rifle. Anything else that was evidence.
Is there an AR-15?
Yeah, the rifle was AR-15.
And did you, as part of the investigation, obtain the ring camera from 1201 Lexington Parkway?
We did. The owner of the residence was at Hampton. She supplied that video to Officer.
And I am going to, did you review it?
I've seen it, yes.
Okay, and what if anything does it depict relevant to this investigation?
There's 2 separate videos. The first video shows the Honda being driven into the driveway, pulls kind of to the rear of the house. It's a detached garage, the park between the detached garage and the house. It shows the driver exit the vehicle. It shows 2 young girls in the vehicle, and that shows one of the male suspects exit the vehicle. Near the end of that video, I think you can see a sheriff's deputy drive by the end of the driveway, and then the second video shows them again.
I am going to show you what's been marked as proposed exhibit 17 on the thumb drive and ask if that is the video of the ring camera.
Yeah, I'm good. you go.
Can I publish it from the board here? Or do I need to do something?
Yeah, you can do you have your HDMI plug is in? Your, and it's yeah, you can do it right from there. Make that volume. Right. Your volume needs to be controlled from your device.
Can I
Is
way
it-
down? Way down. See this? Way.
Do you recognize that as 1201 Lexington Parkway?
From the rear, yes.
And reviewing the footage, do you recognize the individuals that were in the vehicle that got out?
Yeah, the driver was Siobhan Vincent, who exited. The 2-year young girls was Tripp Vincent and Olivia Bernhard. And then the male that got out of the back seat, he got out of the front seat, was Gregory Callahan. And the additional male that exited the residence got into the vehicle was Siobhan's son, Denaje Young.
And when this was happening, were you in communication or was someone in communication with the sheriff's department when that vehicle was ultimately stopped? Or over radio traffic?
Yes, there was radio traffic that where the video was paused, was the sheriff's deputy that saw them exit the driveway, took off after the car. So they had just got surveillance on the house. Either when they just got there, and then he saw them leave, and that's why he took off after them. But he was telling us that he had a black Honda that he was watching. He was waiting for more units before he tried to stop them.
And did you receive information over dispatch that shortly after that time that the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department had made contact with Siobhan Vincent and then Gregory Callahan and Keith Vincent's vehicle?
Yes, if they notified at the time, they notified state for custody. They also detained Denaje Young, because we don't know who he was at that time. Then they detained Siobhan Vincent, and then a few minutes later, they found Mr. Finley and Mr. Callahan in the vehicle with Olivia and then called aside.
And what, if anything, did you discover during the course of your investigation involving Siobhan Vincent and her son?
Siobhan Vincent took the money that she took off of Jeffrey's credit card or account apps. She forwarded that money to her son, Denaje Young, through a Cash App or a Cash Me Now app, on her Zelle app, to his bank account. That was why she went to that house to pick him up.
And did the sheriff's department take Keith Finley into custody and turn him over to Northfield Township as part of your investigation?
They did it.
Or I guess
He was at the sheriff's department, and they held him for us to come here and speak with them. And then when we were done with him, he went right down from the DV unit down to the jail. So he stayed at the sheriff's department. We did go to speak with them.
And what, if anything, relative to this investigation was in Mr. Finley's property?
He had the Walt Disney credit card from the Bernhard residence, was in his property.
I'm going to show you what's marked.
You may.
And what is that a photograph of, Sergeant?
It's a Disney debit Visa card with Jeffrey Bernhard's name on it.
And that was in Keith Finley's property?
That was part of the property that deputy handed over to me, yes, with Mr. Finley's boots and clothing.
And when he turned over Mr. Finley's boots, what, if anything, did you observe on them?
We believe there might have been blood splatter on it.
Yeah, and the individual that you know is Keith Finley, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do. He's behind you, so to your right, wearing a green jumpsuit.
If the record could reflect, he's identified with them and Keith Finley.
Without objection, record shows so reflect.
And I would move for the admission of Exhibit 6.
Any objection or voir dire to the admission of 6?
No,
Ms. Young, any objection?
no, thank you.
Exhibit 6 is admitted.
Did you ultimately execute a search warrant on that Honda that the defendants were in with the children and the dogs?
We did.
What, if anything, did you locate in the Honda?
We executed a search warrant at the sheriff's department. It was in a secure lockup downstairs. We located 2 phones that belonged to Siobhan Vincent. We located Jeffrey Bernhard's phone, also in front of that vehicle. We located the shotgun in the rear hatchback area of the vehicle. We located a checkbook registry along with C.B. Smith in the rear floorboards of the vehicle on in the back seat. I believe there was a random piece of jewelry also laying in the rear back seat. Vincent's her personal belongings, along with several other entities, card with different names on them.
And during the course of the investigation, was there a gun recovered on Siobhan Vincent's person?
There was a manual handgun recovered from her, yes.
What, if anything, obviously you sent many things to the crime lab, but with respect to Mr. Finley, did you send any items of clothing that he might have been wearing to the crime?
All of his clothing went, I believe it was his shirt, his pants, his socks, and boots.
And did you send any of the jewelry that was recovered from Gregory Callahan's pocket to the crime lab?
We did. I know it specifically set up earrings was sent to the crime lab.
And what about the shotgun?
The shotgun was sent and also the handgun, yes.
And did you locate anything in the course of the investigation that showed Mr. Finley, Mr. Callahan, and Siobhan Vincent together prior to the time of the murders?
I had changed the search warrant to search Ms. Vincent's other cell phones. And on one of those cell phones, there's a video of her, a selfie video. She's recording while she's in the car driving with Mr. Callahan in the front seat, Mr. Finley in the back seat, the day before the incident.
So December 31st, 2024. And that was consistent with the statement that Gregory Callahan gave to Officer Basso?
Correct.
And did you interview Keith Finley during the course of this investigation?
We did interview him at the jail.
And prior to interviewing Mr. Finley, did you read him his Miranda rights?
I did read him as a member of that day. I know they were read to him the night of the homicide. They're also read to him the day that I showed the judge.
And what, if anything, did he tell you relative to this investigation?
That he was with Siobhan Simpson and that she needed him to help her do something. And they went to this unknown house. And that he didn't shoot anybody, but that he shot people in the house.
And he was present when the victims were shot?
Yes.
Where he got picked up by her, or how he knew her?
I believe that he recently met her within a couple of days or a week, and they had met at a crack house on the break.
And did Mr. Finley indicate that when they were driving to the residence where the individuals were killed, that Ms. Vincent had the gun? He knew she had the gun?
I don't recall that statement.
He was talking about, we're smoking weed. She told me, I need you to do something. So I said, what's going on? So she got the goddamn gun in her lap. And then she turned crazy, and I'm looking at her.
Yes.
And you asked what kind of gun it was?
Yes, he said it was a
And did he indicate that there were more bullets?
yes.
Did you ask him where the other guy came from?
They said they just picked him up. He didn't know who he was.
Call him anything?
I believe they both called each other G. That was a kind of name for each other.
And so then you tell him, she's got the two of you in the car in Detroit with the gun. Where do you go?
They ended up in Markville Township.
Okay, did he say it was like, I took her to Lansing, fucking Ann Arbor, it was, at Bell, it was
So objective counsel.
I'll sustain that objection.
would it refresh your recollection to see, what he said?
It wasn't my report. I do recall he was not familiar with the area at all.
Okay,
He just remembered seeing signs headed towards Lansing. But he did not know where he was in Washtenaw County.
yeah, and did they talk about the child being in foster care and she was going to get her child? Did
Yes.
Mr. Finley, what did he say?
And that's what my words is specific words were.
Would it refresh your recollection, or do you want me to bring you?
If you have it up,
I
that's
do.
great.
Any,
You may.
Mr. Finley stated that she needed me to do something for her. And I'm like, what is it? And she speak about her child, and like the child was in foster care. He said, you know, you didn't do a good job or something, that's why the child's there. So we go to that fucking house, that big ass house, we pull up.
If it's being used to
All right.
refresh his recollection.
Then he can read it and then you can ask questions.
Recollection refresh. then
Rather-
he calls.
All right. So he let him read it through and then he can turn it over and then you can ask your questions, Mr. Riley.
Yeah, she took him to where her daughter was at, basically. Township.
and did he say who opened the door? Who went in the house first?
He said he opened the door, but he said the first person he saw was a little girl with glasses.
And what happened when they got in the house?
They all entered and then they put everybody on the floor. And Siobhan and most of the talking.
Did he tell you if they saw Siobhan's daughter?
They did.
And did he tell you if Siobhan had the gun at that?
He did say she had a gun.
And were there any other guns according to Mr. Finn?
There were, he described one that or I don't know what it is, he described one as having a large drum on the barrel, we're not sure what gun that was. I believe that Mr. Kelly had a shotgun.
And did he tell you where they put the people, victims?
In the kitchen, on the floor.
Object to the phrase they, Your Honor.
Or where, I'll rephrase it, where
No.
did the victims go? Where were they ordered to go?
In the kitchen floor.
And he was in the kitchen when the victims were shot.
Yes.
Didn't hear the gunshot.
I don't recall asking that specific question, but he had to be in the kitchen.
Did he admit to going into any other parts of the home? If it would refresh your recollection.
He states he was in the kitchen, he states he was in the front room.
It's the same procedure that's supposed to happen. He's gonna say that his refresh is.
His memory is refreshed and then she can ask him the question. All right. Has reading your report refreshed your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Sir, Detective, sir. All right. You can turn your report over. Go ahead, Mr. Reiser. Continue your
Did
question.
he go upstairs?
I don't recall him saying, you know, upstairs, but I know there was evidence being upstairs.
And did he tell you anything specific about when he was standing next to her and she shot one of the other victims?
So I could repeat that.
Was he standing in the room near her, when she shot Stevie Smith?
Yes, yes.
And how did Mr. Finley describe that?
I think he was surprised by it, but when he was there, and what the statement was roughly.
And did Ms. Vincent give Mr. Finley any instructions to watch him or do something?
Yes, they were told that they could try to tell him on the ground.
Did anything to one of the victims when they were lying on the ground?
He stopped on the back of the voice.
He stomped on the old man's
Yes.
head.
I believe so, that I think check.
Overruled.
Did you ask him what happened to the children?
The children were eventually put in the car and taken. And,
Did Mr. Finley talk anything about the money that was taken?
Mr. Finley at one point said he thought he was paid for his participation
And how much money did he think Ms. Vincent was going to give him?
in amount of all.
Search warrant that was executed on the vehicle. I'm going to show you what's marked as people's proposed exhibit 1 and 2. You recovered the shotgun in the backseat.
Shotgun was in the hatchback area behind the backseat.
Behind the backseat of the Honda. I'm going to approach and show you people's exhibit 1 and 2 and ask if you recognize this.
Exhibit 2 is the shotgun in the rounds that were taken out of it from the vehicle. And exhibit number 1 is the shotgun that was found in the back of the vehicle.
And the handgun that was recovered from Siobhan Vincent's person. I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 3 and ask if you recognize this.
I do. This was turned over to me by Washtenaw County, and it's it was submitted to us, Labs.
You're going to move for the admission of exhibits 1 through 3.
Any objection or voir dire?
No objection.
Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are admitted.
And you submitted that weapon for testing with the Michigan State Police Crime Lab,
Which
the 9mm. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 13. And based on that examination, were you able to determine if that was a weapon that was used to kill Jennifer Bernhard and Stevie Smith?
yes, the shell casings that were recovered at the scene required from this weapon.
From the gun recovered from Siobhan Vincent.
Yes.
You know, move for the admission of exhibit 13.
Any objection or voir dire?
No objection.
Exhibit 13 is admitted.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 16 from the Michigan State Police Crime Lab. For purposes of this preliminary exam, Sergeant Roberts, can you briefly just explain what that lab report is?
This lab report is basically DNA recovered from the scene and where it was located.
And what pieces of evidence did you submit? Were Mr. Finley's boots with the blood splatter on them submitted?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you determined in the course of the investigation from that lab regarding the blood on Keith Finley's boots.
And finally, in here, it does say that the blood recovered on Mr. Finley's boots was blood from Stevie Smith.
And did you send the shotgun that was recovered in the back of the vehicle to the crime lab? Is anyone's DNA recovered on that?
I did, and Mr. Cunningham's DNA was located on the shotgun trigger box.
And the jewelry that was recovered in Mr. Callahan's pocket, was there any DNA from the victim on that jewelry?
There was, yes, John Bernhard's DNA was on the earrings that were located in the shotgun box.
For the admission of exhibit 16 for the exam.
Any objection or voir dire? Exhibit 16 is admitted. And before we get too far afield, Ms. Reiser, exhibit 17 was not moved for admission.
I'm moving to admit that right now. I just noticed that, and I think you're moving for the admission of 17, which is the ring camera footage from Lexington Park.
To play before the court, but any objection or voir dire regarding that?
No objection. No objection.
Exhibit 17 is admitted.
And finally, so I'm going to approach and ask you to identify exhibits 8 and 9 for the record. Can you indicate what exhibit, what's proposed exhibit 8 is?
That is the medical certificate of death for Jennifer Bernhard.
And does it indicate what her manner and cause of death is?
It does shot wound in the head.
And exhibit number 9?
Also a medical certificate of death for Stevie Smith, indicating a gunshot wound in the head.
For the admission of exhibit 8 and 9.
Any objection or voir dire?
No objection.
Exhibit 8 and 9 are admitted. All right.
And just so for the record, exhibit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. I moved 4 and I believe we have that admitted.
That is my list also.
Thank you.
That's right. Okay. Ms. Young.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Sergeant Roberts. You're the officer in charge of this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Following the subsequent exhibit, you would agree that Mr. Callahan had no blood on his correct, according to the lab
I have not
number
seen it.
4.
I don't know that it says there is or is not. I have never seen that.
May I approach your,
May, what is that?
I'm referring to People's Exhibit 14, page 4.
14?
Yes.
Okay, that's the one that was not admitted, but, okay, but you know what that is? You know what that is? Okay, go ahead.
Did you have an opportunity to refresh your recollection?
Yes, it says it does not contain evidence of blood.
There was no blood on my client's skin, correct?
Correct.
Okay, moving on. Now, there was testimony from you about an AR and another gun. Those 2 weapons were found at the home of Suzette Hampton.
Correct.
Suzette Hampton is Miss Vincent's mother, correct?
Correct.
And during your interview with Mr. Finley, he also confirmed that it was Miss Vincent who had shot Mr. Smith and Miss Bernhard, correct?
Correct.
And Jeffrey Bernhard.
Correct.
And he also admitted to punching the older guy and kicking him on the kitchen floor.
Who admitted?
Mr. Finley.
Correct.
And he did indicate that Mr. Callahan did not hit anybody.
I don't recall saying that he did.
That he
I don't recall Mr. Finley saying that Mr. Callahan, but
Okay. That he did that.
Correct.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon. There were two weapons, because of all of this. Two firearms, correct?
Roughly about 8.
Okay, but with respect to the time of arrest of the people in the car,
Correct.
two firearms only, correct?
Correct.
And one is that big old shotgun,
It's a shorter shotgun, but yes,
and then the other one is recovered from Ms. Vincent's person.
correct,
Nothing is recovered from Mr. Finley as far as a firearm.
correct.
And when they say that the shotgun was in the rear of the vehicle, it was in the hatch part, which is a separate area, like the equivalent of a trunk on a sedan.
Correct.
So this was like an SUV type vehicle. I think it was that trunk behind it.
I would say it's a small Honda.
Small one,
hatchback.
with that type of shape, with that type of trunk.
The hatchback trunk, yes.
Right. And Mr. Finley is in the rear passenger seat.
I know he was in the back and on the side. Yeah, actually, yes, because Mr. Callahan got out of the driver's side mirror and walked around the vehicle, so yes, he had been in the rear passenger side.
So, and then the video, exhibit 17, the clip that we looked at, you hear a female voice giving instructions to kids, right? You hear a female voice,
Yes,
and that of course is Ms. Vincent, correct, sir?
yes.
You did not observe any credit card being taken off of my client. Am I wrong?
I did not.
Okay, so somebody told you so. My client indicated that he didn't know these two individuals. He did not know Ms. Vincent, he did not know Mr. County. Correct?
He had just met them recently.
Right.
But
Recently.
He didn't know.
Okay. You heard, I'm not sure if it was you or somebody else, there was testimony here today, you're the officer in charge, correct?
Correct.
Which showed that Mr. Callahan knew Ms. Vincent from childhood or for a substantial amount of time.
Okay.
Yes?
I didn't testify to that, but Sergeant Basso may have.
Yes, you were sitting here.
Yes.
All right. And also, Mr. Finley said he was afraid of Ms. Vincent, correct?
He did.
You also indicated that during a conversation with Mr. Finley, it becomes apparent that he didn't know where he was. He saw signs for Lansing, but he didn't know. He was unfamiliar with this Washtenaw Ann Arbor area. Correct, sir? He also indicated to you that he didn't know if she had a plan. Correct? Mr. Finley, I'm talking about.
I don't recall him saying that she did.
If you could look at page 18 of 31 in that printed interrogation.
Page 18.
18. Well, you know what? It might not be 18 because I was counting the cover page. So it might be 17, but you have a printed copy, right?
I do.
Of the interrogation, which shows conversation where my client is answering questions. Correct, sir?
Correct.
If you look at the bottom of the page, I'm calling it page 18 because I counted the cover page of that statement. If you look at Sergeant, 6 lines from 6 printed lines from the bottom of that page. Where Lieutenant Powell says, Okay, but what I'm saying is you're in the car with a kidnapped 9-year-old. What was the plan? Keith Finley says, I don't know what's her plan, right?
Correct.
Lieutenant Powell says, were they gonna kill her? Keith Finley says, no, I don't think so. Correct?
Correct.
So from that's not just what was read here. Mr. Finley is indicating to you, he doesn't know what this lady's plan is.
Correct.
She's crazy and belligerent, right? That was the impression of what he was saying.
I'm not gonna define crazy, but yes, she was.
And you didn't buy everything he was saying, but he was saying, I was afraid of her.
You mentioned that.
Okay. So nothing from the crime lab, the results shows that Mr. Finley touched any one of those weapons, correct?
Right. Showing he touched the handgun or
Right. And you said there were 4 weapons in total. Nothing, not one weapon that's recovered, whether in the car or elsewhere, is connected to him, correct? Yes?
correct.
Him being Mr. Finley.
Sorry about that, Judge. I
It's okay.
made that clear for the record. Shell casings that were fired. There were shell casings fired that were recovered at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
All from Vincent's weapon.
All from the handgun.
Yeah, and the DNA on that shotgun was for Callahan. Yes?
There was actually 2 sets of DNA in a shotgun, Miss Vincent and Mr. Kelly.
Here. All right. So Vincent Callahan with the guns, never Finley. Correct, sir? Never Finley.
There's no evidence of that, correct?
Right. No matter how he seems to be in this terrible situation, right?
Right.
He may or might have injected himself, but not once do you see any evidence of him with the gun. Apart from people saying, oh, I think everybody had a gun. Correct, sir?
Correct.
And the individuals that were detained in the car, they didn't get far. Or did they?
Far from what? Far from.
Far from the 2053. Were they far away from him?
Sorry, far from where?
2053 Nolan.
Alabama.
Right.
Well, it's almost 20 miles, 18 to 20 miles
Okay. All right.
from where the incident scene was to where they were out trying to.
Okay. Did anybody test that Mickey Mouse card? And when I say test, I mean test it as in searching for DNA or fingerprints or anything like that? Nothing further, Judge.
All right, I just want to clarify something because in reference to the Disney card, that was given to you because it was part of Mr. Finley's property. Is that correct? So, and that was given to you by the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office, is that?
In the DB office, yes. When I showed the DB, they had Mr. Finley's property laying one pile and Mr. Kelly's property laying another pile.
Okay, and in Mr. Finley's property was the Disney card with Mr. Bernhard's name on it.
Correct.
All right, that's one question I have. And also to clarify, because it wasn't admitted into evidence, but there was testimony, there was questioning regarding a plan. And as I listened to the question, it sounds to me that isn't referencing a whole plan, but referencing a point in time at which they now have Olivia and what is the plan. Am I correct in that? That it's the after part of what's happened as opposed to the whole entire incident. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. You. Go ahead.
So, my client never admitted to knowing there was a plan to kill anyone.
Correct.
He did not admit to a plan of kidnapping, correct?
He did not admit to the plan of that, correct.
Right. Thank you.
All right. That's Redirect.
Mr. Finley admitted to being with Siobhan Vincent for how many days prior to the murder?
I believe a few days, or a couple of days.
Was he in the video on her phone smoking marijuana, getting high the day before the homicide?
I don't recall this, if he was smoking, but I know there's a video of him in the car with Ms. Vincent and Mr. Callahan.
And someone was smoking marijuana.
Well,
I'm just,
yeah, I've seen several videos of her smoking. I don't recall him being in the car when she was smoking it, but he's on video with her and Mr. Callahan in the car.
on December 31st, 2024.
Correct.
He admits they're going out to this house to get her daughter because there's some problem with foster care.
Correct.
She's got a gun in her lap.
Correct.
He admits going in the house.
Correct.
And Mr. Callahan has the long gun.
Correct.
And when he gets in the house, he admits to kicking Stevie Ray,
Yes.
or Stevie Smith, I'm sorry, Stevie Ray Smith. And there's blood on his boot.
Yes, sir.
In Mr. Smith's autopsy, is there injury to his face?
There it is.
And can you describe that, or do you need to see the autopsy report to refresh your recollections? If I may approach with proposed
Exhibit
exhibit
7. Yes, you may.
page 3 or 4, the blunt force trauma to his face.
Yes, there's numerous lacerations to his head and contusions near his face and side.
Described as blunt force trauma.
Yes.
Then I would move for the admission of exhibit 7.
Any objection or what here? Exhibit 7 is admitted.
Did Mr. Finley tell you he was afraid of Siobhan Vincent when he was kicking Stevie Smith?
He did not.
Did he tell you he was afraid of Siobhan Vincent on the 20-minute ride from Nowler Bend to the Lexington Parkway address?
He did not.
And how long of a drive is that?
15, 20 minutes.
And did he tell you he was afraid when Siobhan Vincent took True into her mother's house that he got out of the car and called the police?
Thank you. Hearing nothing else, sir, you missed it now. Thank you. Any additional witnesses for the people?
Do not have any other witnesses, Your Honor.
All right. Any witnesses for defendant Kelly? No witnesses for, okay, for the other defendant. All right. What I will do is, I'm sorry.
I was gonna ask if we could just take a 15-minute break before we start arguments, but,
If I said no, what would you do?
run away.
Right away. All right, yes. What I was gonna suggest is I was gonna take about a 20-minute break. Let you guys get everything together. I'll then take the motion from the people and then I'll hear our, all right? And we're back on the record in the cases of Callahan and Finney. As previously referenced, all counsel is present as well as the defendants. Mr. Reiser, you have a motion for the court.
Thank you, and I did indicate to the court and counsel prior to the break that Mr. Finley in file 25F1004. I have 2 additional sheriff's department witnesses that were not available today, so I will be seeking a continuance, and that's in the CCW receiving and concealing a stolen motor vehicle and felon in possession of a firearm. I need Deputy Bechtel and Deputy Roy, and neither of those 2 witnesses were available today.
And those are on both for both defendants on the Ipsy Township
Correct.
cases.
And then for Mr. Callahan in 25FB1001, the carrying with unlawful intent and receiving and concealing a stolen motor vehicle. I need a continuance of testimony of the sheriff's.
And I should say that we did have a grievance conference prior to the break. And I had given counsel having been placed on notice prior, I told counsel that I would be granting the continuance on that. And I gave 2 alternative dates. I don't know if counsel was able to.
Judge, we were discussing the dates, and now we're proposing, hope that Your father is available on June 3rd. It's a Tuesday.
I think I'm just here every Tuesday. Wait, that's not my day, is it?
That actually is your day.
It is?
Yeah, June 3rd.
No, it's not. Never mind, my bad. Wait, Mr. Bernhard, is that June 3rd? That would work for you? And that, okay. So on those two matters, then I'll indicate the prelim has started and prelim will be adjourned to June 3rd, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
That's before me. And in those matters, bond will continue. All right. And Ms. Reiser, as to the other matters, your motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will take each defendant separately, starting with Defendant Gregory Callahan in file 25 F3010. I will be moving for bind over on the stated counts in the felony information count one, open murder, homicide. That includes first degree premeditated felony murder and second degree murder. Did murder Jennifer Bernhard. Count 2, homicide, open murder, statutory 1. Did murder Stevie Smith, the same. Second murder, first degree premeditated, and second degree murder. And count 3, assault with intent to murder. Did make an assault on Jeffrey Bernhard with the intent to commit a crime. And I will deal with these relative to Mr. Callahan. The people are moving for bind over on an aiding and abetting theory. Under criminal jury instruction 18.1, in this case, the defendant is charged with committing homicide or assault with intent to murder or intentionally assisting someone else in committing it. Anyone who intentionally assists someone else in committing a crime is as guilty as a person who directly commits it and can be convicted of that crime as an aider and abetter. The court will instruct at the time of trial, I'll be moving for bind over on these counts, that first the alleged crime was actually committed either by the defendant or someone else. It does not matter whether anyone else has committed the crime or been convicted of it. And so in this case, obviously the majority of the testimony and the evidence that we have, particularly with respect to the assault with intent to murder, is that was committed by Siobhan, that she shot Mr. Bernhard with the intent to murder him. I would indicate that that is supported in the record both by the location and the number of times she shot him, where he was, where she was in position taken. And so both Mr. Callahan and I'll get to Mr. Finley in a moment are on an aiding and abetting theory that the crime was actually committed by Ms. Benson in this case. Second, that before or during the crime, the defendant did something to assist in the commission of the crime. And third, at the time, the defendant must have intended the commission of the crime alleged or must have known that the other person intended the commission. Natural, probable consequence of the commission of the crime. And I think that the testimony and evidence that has been presented before Your Honor today certainly survives that probable cause finding that for counts 1, 2, and 3, Mr. Callahan aided and abetted in this assault with intent to murder of Mr. Bernhard and the murder of Jennifer Bernhard and Stevie Smith. He carried the shotgun in. He helped take the child from the home. He stole items from the home. And so there is enough of his assistance. He drove to the home with Ms. Vincent. His statements certainly are sufficient for bind over those 3 counts. With respect also to the home invasion and the 2 counts of kidnapping. The home invasion, first degree that the defendant, Gregory Dwight Callahan, did break or enter or did enter without permission a dwelling located at 2053 Nalobet Road. And the homeowner fortunately survived, testified that he did not know the 2 men with Mr. Vincent, and none of them had permission to enter that home. And while entering, present in, or exiting the home, did commit homicide and or assault with intent to murder and or kidnapping, a felony, and or larceny, and or assault. And while entering, present, or exiting the dwelling was armed with a handgun and or a shotgun, a dangerous weapon. And the testimony here was the 2 children were kidnapped. Two of the individuals, two of the victims were murdered. Mr. Bernhard was attempted to be murdered, and took credit cards from the victims, was apparently taking their phones, or appears from the evidence to be damaging one of the phones at the direction of Ms. Vincent. I certainly didn't have permission to enter that residence, and was a part in taking the two minor children, Olivia Bernhard, age 9, I believe she's either 9 or 10, and True, who's 4 years old. That those two children were taken from that home without permission and transported to the address on Lexington Parkway. So I do believe that there is probable cause that Gregory Callahan committed home invasion first degree with those factors, and that he also committed kidnapping, child enticement in counts 5 and 6, that he did maliciously, forcibly, or fraudulently lead, take, or carry away, or decoy, or entice away a child under the age of 14 with the intent to detain or conceal such child from its parents or guardian. And in this case, both in counts 5 and 6, Olivia was taken from that home and True was taken from that home. Both of those minor children were under the age of 14, did not have any permission to take those children. And those 3 defendants took those 2 children, put them in the vehicle with the weapons, with the dogs. And they were fortunately unharmed and found recovered. True at the Lexington Parkway address in Ypsilanti Township, and Olivia, as we saw, in the front of the vehicle with both Mr. Callahan and Mr. Finley and Ms. Vincent when they were apprehended by the Sheriff's Department. So I do believe that there is probable cause that Mr. Callahan either directly carried that child out or aided and abetted in carrying both those children out of that home. For counts 7, 8, and 9, conspiracy to commit homicide, open murder, conspiracy to commit home invasion, and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Again, I asked the court to bind Mr. Callahan over on those 3 counts. Looking at the conspiracy jury instruction, that the defendant is charged with the crime of conspiracy to commit the anyone who knowingly agrees with someone else to commit a crime is guilty of the conspiracy. To prove the defendant's guilt, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond reasonable doubt: that the defendant and someone else knowingly agreed to commit this, that the defendant specifically intended to commit or help commit the crime. Third, that this agreement took place or continued during a period of time. And I would submit to the court that this evidence is showing that at least they were together the day before, if not even longer, according to Mr. Callahan's statement that he was with Ms. Vincent much longer. And then the agreement, which I think is sort of key here in this case, is defined by law as an agreement is a coming together or meeting of the minds of 2 or more people, each person intending and expressing the same purpose. It's not necessary for the people involved to have made a formal agreement to commit the crime or to have written down how they were going to do it. In deciding whether there has been an agreement to commit a crime, you should think about how the members of the alleged conspiracy acted and what they said, as well as the other evidence. To find the defendant guilty of conspiracy, you must be satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that there was an agreement to commit these crimes. However, you may infer that there was an agreement from the circumstances, such as how the members of the alleged conspiracy acted. And obviously, we're not at the beyond a reasonable doubt stage, but when you take a shotgun into a home of someone that you don't know to essentially rain terror and kidnap their children, that's a sort of meeting of the minds. That's an agreement that this is going to take place. His DNA is on the shotgun. He carried the shotgun. He followed the direction of Ms. Vincent when this execution of these victims was taking place, when these children were being kidnapped. And then on his own accord, he went up and rummaged their property, used their bathroom, and stole their jewelry. So I think that there is sufficient evidence to bind over on counts 7, 8, and 9 for Mr. Callahan. And finally, on count 10, that he did carry or have any firearm with a handgun and or a shotgun at the time he or she committed or attempted to commit homicide, assault with intent to murder, home invasion, or kidnapping. And I believe the evidence is clear here that he did carry the shotgun himself. He could also be convicted on an aiding and abetting theory of felony firearm with Ms. Vincent carrying the handgun. So for those reasons, we would move for bind over on the stated counts 1 through 10 in the information of Gregory White County. And I can stop there and let council respond, or I can go on to Mr. Finley.
Which way would you prefer to
I
do?
would like to respond, Madam Clerk.
You may.
May I, may I see it?
You may.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I know this court is a very astute listener, and it will make its decision, as every other court does, on the evidence that was presented, or the lack of evidence. And based on evidence that was presented, Mr. Callahan knew true, yes. He admitted to the police officer that she said she wanted to go and get her child, and that it was her plan to kill him. That the evidence was that his role, based on the evidence, was simply to make sure people were not moving around or that they didn't react. Based on the evidence that was presented to this court, it was Ms. Benson who killed Mr. Smith. It was Ms. Benson who killed Jennifer Bernhard. And it was the co-defendant with respect to the assault with intent to murder, based on the evidence that was presented, who assaulted, and then Ms. Benson and shot Jeffrey Bernhard. So, Your Honor, with respect to a showing of my client aiding and abetting the shooting of Mr. Smith and the shooting of Ms. Bernhard, there is no evidence that he aided or abetted Ms. Benson in doing that, based on evidence that was presented, or that he intended to assist her in doing that. He did not assist in any manner her in shooting. She brought her own gun. She shot those people. She made the decision to do that. So I would ask the court to not bind over on count 1 or count 2 or count 3. As to the home invasion, it is clear, based on the evidence that was presented, that what Mr. Callahan had in mind was a larceny. We heard from the testimony that he was not really that present downstairs, but was upstairs, went to the bathroom and was looking for jury, and based on the testimony, did commit a larceny. And as indicated, I believe it's indicated in count 4 home invasion. I think larceny was in here, but should be added if larceny is not part of count 4 home invasion, Your Honor. As to the kidnapping charge, count 5, we've agreed that count 5, the kidnapping, relates to Olivia Bernhard. Mr. Callahan was told by Ms. Vincent that she went to get her child. He was not aware of, based on the evidence, nor did he assist in taking Olivia Bernhard or kidnapping her. Or nor was there any evidence that he agreed to assist in doing that. So with respect to the kidnapping of Olivia Bernhard, I asked this court to find that there was insufficient evidence to establish probable cause. As to count 5, with respect to count 6, Your Honor, and what Truth did tell Mr. Callahan as to why she was going there was to get her child, it's a question of fact of trial. As to the conspiracy, count 7, again, same argument, insufficient evidence to show that he agreed or conspired or intended to help her, or that it didn't help her commit a homicide, whether it's felony murder or premeditated. As to count, so I'd ask the court to not bind over on count 7. With respect to count 8, the conspiracy to commit home invasion, I think that's a question of fact, a trial fact, based on evidence that was presented to the court. And based on count 9, I think it's a question of fact as to the conspiracy related to truth, Vincent. And count 10 is a question of fact, Your Honor, for the trial fact, as the felony firearm. So based on the evidence that was presented, I'm asking the court to dismiss count 1, dismiss count 2, dismiss count 3 as to my client, as to count 4, sufficient evidence to bind him over a home invasion with respect to the commission of larceny. I'd ask the court to dismiss count 5, the kidnapping as to Olivia Bernhard. Insufficient evidence to support a bind over as to him agreeing or assisting to kidnap Olivia Bernhard. As to count 6, it's a question of fact, Your Honor, as I indicated, as to Truth Vincent kidnapping based on the knowledge that Truth shared with him. As to count 7, I'd ask the court to find there's insufficient evidence to bind him over as to conspiracy to commit homicides for the reasons stated. As to count 8, it's a question of fact as to the conspiracy with respect to the larceny that he committed. And with respect to count 9, I'd ask the court, since that's already been, no, as to count 9, to bind over just on a conspiracy with kidnapping as to truth. Vincent only, and not as to Olivia Bernhard. And then the question of fact as to count 10, felony fire.
Okay. So was there anything else on this one? And then, so you'd like me to rule on this one, and I can rule on it. As to counts 1, 2, and 3, particularly on an aiding and abetting theory, I think given what's before the court, certainly on an aiding and abetting theory, the defendant should be bound over stand trial on counts 1, 2, and 3. I would further note that while the court has heard the testimony in this case, a reasonable fact finder could conclude that there was additional involvement, maybe beyond an aiding and abetting theory by defendant Callahan. However, the court's not doing that. On the theory of an aiding and abetting, I think it's proper to bind the defendant over stand trial on those charges. On the count 4, the home invasion, what is clear with defendant Callahan's participation is that that the people have shown that he did commit the offense of a home invasion, of entering those premises without permission, and did commit one of the enumerated felonies that the people have laid out, but also there is in here the larceny or an assault even while on the premises with the handgun or shotgun. So the people have sustained their burden of showing that charge. With regard to count 5 and 6, I don't think it's tenuous with regard to the kidnapping. It was clear that there was an indication that Miss Vincent was going there. She told him that. He admitted that he was told that they were going there for that purpose. I don't think he has to know that she may not be entitled to that child, but particularly he would be able to assume that given the circumstances upon which he went into that house and upon how that child was indeed removed from the premises, that she wouldn't have had legal entitlement to take that child. He certainly could have done that, and a reasonable fact finder could conclude that, in fact, he knew that prior to going to that. And so for those reasons, with regard to both children, both Olivia and True, the court believes that the defendant should be bound over to stand trial on counts 5 and 6 of the kidnapping. I think it goes without saying that in reference to the conspiracy, and I can take all of the conspiracies in this sense, the underlying offenses I would be binding the defendant over on, that there has to certainly be that agreement, doesn't have to be some formal agreement, that the actions will, or that the offenses will be committed, or that the general definition of a conspiracy is either parties attempting to try to do something, to do an illegal act in an illegal manner, and or to do a legal act in an illegal manner. But anyway, with reference to the agreement, there also is not, the agreement does not have to be so formalized that the full force or the full effect of the agreement take place prior to the people moving out. A conspiracy can itself develop as the actions of the, Miss Vincent, Mr. Callahan, as they're moving through this series of illegal acts. They certainly can at some point also develop a conspiracy to commit further criminal acts. Either way you look at it, I think that's going to be a question of fact for the jury as to the agreement of the parties, what they agreed to, and the specificity of that agreement. I would also indicate, though, that the agreement can be to do one thing, but then as something else happens, that conspiracy continues, and all of the conspirators would be responsible for the act of the other conspirators as they're being committed. So to say that that Mr. Callahan escapes because at some point he went out, and that therefore that he ends his participation in the conspiracy just is legally wrong. Certainly factually, a jury could determine that his participation in that conspiracy continues. So for those reasons, and because the people have shown the court sufficient evidence of the conspiracy and of the underlying acts, the court would bind the defendant over to stand trial on counts 7, 8, and 9. Also, as it references count 10, I think it's undisputed that there was a felony being committed and that the defendant at some point in those premises possessed a firearm. And so the court would bind the defendant over to stand trial on count 10. I do believe, and I would hear additional argument in counsel for Mr. Finley should also be wanting to do this, or be prepared to address it, but I will allow it to be addressed certainly by Ms. Young. I'm going to add a count to this of armed robbery because it clearly the definition of that, and the defendant, I think, should face charges with reference to the armed robbery and particularly the removal of the credit cards and jewelry from the premises. So I'm going to add a count 11 of armed robbery to this complaint. The defendant will be bound over to stand trial on that charge. Ms. Young, I will take argument on it, but
my understanding of an armed robbery is that it was a use of a weapon to take her property or to commit the larceny. The evidence was that he went upstairs into a bedroom. There was no testimony that anyone was in the bedroom or that he pointed a weapon at anyone. It with respect to the taking of any property from that location. And so I think
except while he has a shotgun in hand.
Yeah, but he's upstairs and not taking anything from anyone.
If I have an armed robbery and he enters on the lower premises, the very fact that I take property from a different location while still being armed, you're saying does not make one guilty of an armed robbery.
Judge, there was no evidence that he took that weapon upstairs while he was there using the bathroom or looking.
The very fact that he brought it in and used force is going to, quite frankly, be the issue. All right, is there anything else on that?
No.
All right, then I will bind the defendant over on the added count 11 of armed robbery.
Very well.
Ms. Reiser, as it references Mr. Finley.
So count 11, added count 11, would be MCL 750.529 armed robbery. It's a felony punishable to life for any term of years. And the general description of the property taken will be money, jewelry, and credit cards.
Yes.
Judge, there was some testimony that my client took money.
The victim testified that money was taken at gunpoint. He had to transfer $5,000.
Not from Mr. Callahan. Was
But-
not
but-
involved with that.
But counsel, let me just say this. You're looking at the specifics of a defendant's action. If they all enter, just hypothetically, but I don't think it's really hypothetical because I've heard the testimony. If they all enter the premises and then begin to take property from different people at that location via some use of force or violence, whether it be the credit cards upstairs, the credit cards from Mr. Bernhard's wallet or Bernhard's wallet, or whether it be money, or quite frankly, even the Zelle transactions. All of those things can be the basis upon which he's responsible for that if they're all conducting that.
But Judge, then that would be a finding based solely upon mere presence of the defendant inside the location, but not involved in the commission of the crime of taking money between.
Oh, no. There is much more than mere presence. He has in his property, as the testimony revealed, one of the credit cards that actually belongs to Mr. Bernhard.
Yes, Your Judge, I'm talking about the money in the Zelle transaction. Like, there was no testimony my client was involved in that, was present when it took place in that room, or even knew that it was taking place.
And I think his knowledge, his intent, all of that may become indeed a question of fact. But based upon what I've heard, I think I have sufficient evidence to bind him over on the additional life offense of armed robbery.
Very well, ma'am.
And the dog, and also to the dog.
Yes, and also there's going to be, and the dog being property that was taken. So, I mean, gonna add that to the list. All right. As to Mr. Finley. Did you get that credit card? Because I'm gonna need it for the budget.
Back to people are Finley and 25F3-012, the people would move for item counts 1, 2, and 3 in the felony information, that being open murder, homicide, did murder Jennifer Bernhard, felony murder, first degree premeditated murder, and second degree murder. And count 2, open murder, statutory short form homicide, did murder Stevie Smith. That will include first degree premeditated murder, felony murder, second degree murder, and in count 3 did commit the crime of assault with intent to murder, did make an assault upon Jeffrey Bernhard with the intent to commit the crime of murder. And again, the evidence shows that the 3 individuals, Mr. Finley, Siobhan Vincent, and Gregory Callahan, entered this home. Mr. Callahan, armed with a gun. Jeffrey Bernhard said that both males who he did not know did not have permission to enter his home. Both were armed with a weapon, and Ms. Vincent was also armed with a weapon. Ultimately shot in the head and the shoulder. And so, although Mr. Finley, the evidence is not that he pulled the trigger in attempting to murder Jeffrey Bernhard, he certainly can be found guilty on an aiding and abetting theory that he did assist someone else in committing the crime. That person is as guilty as a person who directly commits it and can be convicted of the crime as an aider and abetter. Mr. Finley was in the home, was present. His boot, he admittedly kicked Stevie Smith when he was on the ground. And Stevie Smith suffered facial trauma, according to Exhibit 7, according to autopsy report. So he can be found, we're asking that he be found on count 1, 2, and 3, the assault with intent to murder Jeffrey Bernhard, the homicide of Stevie Smith, and the homicide of Jennifer Bernhard. He was in that home aiding and abetting. He had no permission to enter the home. So we would ask that based on the testimony, you also find Mr. Finley over on home invasion first degree that he entered, that he did break and enter or enter without permission, the home located at 2053 Nelson. And that if there's one correction and or that should be included in this, that while entering, present in, or exiting, did commit homicide, kidnapping, and or assault with intent to murder, a felony, or a larceny, or an assault, and while entering, present in, or exiting the dwelling was armed with a shotgun or a handgun, a dangerous weapon, and or, it should read, and or Jennifer Bernhard, Stevie Smith, Jeffrey Bernhard, Olivia Bernhard, and or Trulia Robertson were lawfully present there. So there should be an or after dangerous weapon, and or those individuals were lawfully present. And I believe that Mr. Bernhard's testimony supports that. Mr. Finley and his recovered property did have the Bernhard's credit card. He is in the vehicle when the 2 children are recovered. The 2 children that were kidnapped, he entered the home without permission. So there's certainly enough evidence on count 4 to bind him over on home invasion first degree. And that both children were taken from their residence without permission. True being the foster child of Jeffrey and Jennifer Bernhard, and Olivia Bernhard being the biological child of Jeffrey and Jennifer Bernhard. So after the parents are murdered and attempted to be murdered, their daughter is taken away by Mr. Finley, Siobhan Vincent, and Gregory Callahan. And fortunately, is recovered approximately 20 miles away in the vehicle, still with Mr. Finley and Mr. Callahan in Ypsilanti Township. So there is sufficient evidence that he did maliciously, forcibly, or fraudulently take or carry away or decoy or entice a child away under the age of 14 with the intent to detain or conceal such child from his parents or guardian. And they took both of those children. So in counts 5 and 6, Mr. Finley was in the vehicle when they arrived. He entered the home without permission, in the vehicle when they left with the children. And those children, unfortunately, later recovered. As to count 7, felony firearm, Mr. Bernhard saw both males who entered the home with a weapon in their hands. The testimony of Mr. Callahan is he had the long gun. The statement of Mr. Finley is he did not have a weapon. But I would indicate for probable cause purposes, I think the testimony of Mr. Bernhard is sufficient that he saw both men who he did not know enter with a gun. I would additionally indicate that for the record, this defendant can be bound over on an aiding and abetting of a felony firearm. Anyone who intentionally assists someone else in committing a crime is as guilty as the person who directly commits it and can be convicted of that crime as an aider and abetting. And for the purpose of a felony firearm aiding and abetting, first that the crime of possessing a firearm during the commission of a felony or attempted commission of a felony was actually committed, either by the defendant or someone else. It does not matter whether anyone else has been convicted of the crime. Second, that while the crime of possessing a firearm when committing or attempting to commit a felony was being committed, the defendant did something to assist in carrying, using, or possessing. It is not enough to find that the defendant did something to assist in the commission of the underlying felony. By words, acts, or deeds, the defendant must have procured, counseled, aided, or abetted another person to carry, use, or possess the firearm during the commission or attempted commission of the felony. And then the defendant must have intended that the firearm be carried, used, or possessed by another during the commission or attempted commission of the felony. And I think that Mr. Bernhard's testimony is sufficient that defendant had a firearm. And also, I think there is sufficient evidence that he aided and abetted. He knew that Siobhan Vincent was going there to get her child that was in foster care, and she had a gun. He talked all about the gun in his statement, the gun that she had on her lap. And when he got in there, he did do something to assist and aid. He watched these individuals, made sure they stayed in place. He had the blood on his boot from Stevie Smith, so he Certainly, evidence is aided in the commission of this murder by kicking Mr. Smith lightly in the face. That's how the people would submit he got the blood on his face. And for 8, 9, and 10, that the defendant, there has been probably shown that Mr. Finley committed the crimes of conspiracy to commit homicide, conspiracy to commit home invasion, and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. And as I indicated earlier, I think there is sufficient evidence that when we talk about an agreement for a conspiracy, it's the coming together, a meeting of the minds of 2 or more people, each person intending and expressing the same purpose. It is not necessary for the people involved to have made a formal agreement to commit the crime or to have written down what they're going to do. In deciding whether there was an agreement to commit a crime, you should think about how the members of the alleged conspiracy acted and what they said, as well as what the other evidence shows. And I think in this case, it's very clear that the 3 of them drove from Detroit to Northfield Township with 2 weapons in the car, with the planned intent of taking this child. And then when they got in the house where they had no permission to enter, they murdered 2 individuals and tried to murder the 3rd adult in the home. That they all acted in concert, wreaked havoc on this family, and this mother of the child was executed in her own home. And this defendant, he aided and abetted, he had their credit card, he was a part of taking the children, he was a part of taking the dog. So we would ask that you bind him over to circuit court on counts 1 through 10.
Let me speak, stop it. All right, so Judge,
Go ahead.
if I can sit here.
Yes, that's fine.
Position my lap.
That's fine.
Right, so Judge, all right. The testimony of Mr. Jeffrey Bernhard was unequivocal that Siobhan Vincent was running the show, she exerted control, those were his words. And the evidence shows that she killed them. It was the 9mm that was tested by Michigan State Lab. So I think what's happening is they're conflating things here and hoping that the jury who would be more emotional would go for it. I understand there's a probable cause standard. I know that probable cause is not great. It gives the other reason of that. However, for example, Mr. Bernhard testified that he believes that 3 people had a gun, that each person had a gun. He couldn't describe that 3rd weapon. So this court still has to look at the totality of the evidence. This court still has to look at it. He couldn't describe, prosecutor just stated 2 guns in a car, 2 individuals with gun would be Ms. Vincent and Mr. Callahan. It's unequivocal. How do you know? Mr. Callahan's fingerprints or DNA, actually DNA, is on the victim. Okay? Nothing, my client has nothing to do with guns. So probable causes is evidence. 2 guns, 3 individuals. I believe that this court must dismiss the felony from the count. The one count that I believe there's a question of fact in this case is the home invasion, based on the testimony of Mr. Jeffrey Bernhard, when he indicates that he hears a commotion. Right? He doesn't know how he got it, but he hears a commotion, and he does say that there's damage to the door. So that's the one count that has a question of fact to be presented to the jury. With respect to the counts as to homicide of Jennifer Bernhard and Steve Smith, there's no evidence presented that my client knew that there was going to be a murder. He did not have a shared intent to kill those individuals. Okay, so there's testimony that there's kicking of Mr. Steve Smith. The kicking is a despicable act. However, it does not contribute to his death at all. There's no evidence that shows that I kick you and that means that I'm gonna shoot you, that I understand that a shooting is gonna happen. Again, the evidence that was presented showed that the person giving the orders to do anything, including taking the kids to the car, taking two kids to the car, came from Miss Simpson, unequivocally. So, for the same reason that I've argued as to defeat count 1 and 2, I'd ask the same for count 3. I'd ask that this court dismiss those counts against my client, there being no showing of by probable cause that he intended any sort of killing or he assisted. To kick is not to shoot, it's a whole different story, Judge. So there's testimony that he's in the car with the kids, and you see kids off of the exhibit 17. You see them under the ring camera footage from Lexington Parkway. There's no evidence that he helped or enticed or encouraged to take any child. Okay, so it's a terrible situation that he's mixed up in, but the evidence still has to show that. No agreement as to murder. Nothing is presented here. There's no expressed intent on my client's part. So there's count 8, conspiracy to commit a homicide. There is no evidence as to that, Judge. As to the home invasion, as to count 9, so I'll concede there may be a question of practice based on the testimony of Mr. Bernhard. So I would concede only counts 4 as to a question, as to questions of fact. Counts 4 and counts 9. There's nothing to show an agreement, implicit or expressed, as to kidnapping on his part, and also asks that count 10 be dismissed. So the only thing that I would argue, that arguably there's a question of fact about, is as to count 9, the conspiracy to commit home invasion, and count 4, Judge. Thank you very much.
With reference to Mr. Finley's case.
Oh, I forgot to ask.
Oh, go ahead.
I forgot that you added armed robbery.
Yes, go ahead.
There is testimony.
Sergeant Basso.
So there is testimony that someone handed him, Sergeant Basso, a Mickey Mouse credit card that they're alleging came from Mr. Finley. I think that would be incompetent hearsay evidence. They said, hey, we got this from Finley, and he's repeating it. We got it from Finley. I don't think they've showed that at all, so I respectfully ask that that not be added. Thank you.
With reference to Mr. Finley, and I would incorporate my sort of legal findings, certainly as it regards the law that I made in Mr. Callahan's bind over. With reference to counts 1, 2, and 3, which are the homicidal murder of Jennifer Bernhard and Stevie Smith, the court would find that on an aiding and abetting theory. And I think, frankly, the case is stronger as it regards Mr. Finley because he's present at the time. If you use an aiding and abetting theory, he's present while these executions are happening. That also would apply to the count 3, which is the assault with intent to murder regarding Jeffrey Bernhard. On an aiding and abetting theory, there is sufficient evidence upon which the defendant, a reasonable fact finder, could conclude that the defendant committed those offenses. Defendant has, in this case, has conceded the home invasion charge, and with regarding that being a question of fact, and I would agree, given the testimony in this case, and would bind the defendant over on that charge. So that I'm clear up to this point, I'm binding the defendant over on count 1, 2, 3, and 4. With regard to counts 5 and 6, which on his complaint are the kidnapping charges, again, on an aiding and abetting theory, there is also testimony that the children left, at least one of the children left the premises with this defendant as he left the premises. That clearly he's involved in the kidnapping. He understands why he's going to the location based upon the testimony in this case. And his statements to the police officers, he doesn't know where he's going, but why he's going and the like. But he does know why he's going. He doesn't necessarily know where he's going. He gets there, he participates, at least to the extent of being present in the killing of these individuals, and is there when it happens. And actually, while it may not have been the cause of death, you may be right, counsel. Just the kicking of an individual that has been shot, so much so that there is then blood spatter, which is on him. But with reference to the kidnapping, what's clear to the court is that there's sufficient evidence that a jury could conclude that the defendant committed those offenses and would bind the defendant over. The felony firearm, I would agree with the people that also can be on an aiding and abetting theory. And one also has to remember, and maybe it's an issue that has to be argued to a jury, that Mr. Bernhard testified that there were 3 weapons. He was having issues describing the details of the weapon, but he was very clear, very candid, where if he couldn't remember something, he said he couldn't remember, but he remembers the weapon, but could not describe it. Given what he's been through, I certainly maybe can understand why he may not remember that at this time, or may be blocking, regardless. But he testified very clearly that there were 3 weapons, and that that the 2 males had weapons. On that testimony alone, the defendant could be bound over to stand trial on this charge. With the reference to the conspiracy, and again, it's not this formal agreement. That agreement, quite frankly, to commit homicide, frankly, could have occurred between the killings of Stevie and Miss Bernhard. That agreement and understanding that could have developed, a fact finder could conclude that that's what it developed. I think it developed much earlier than that. I think there was this intent, based upon what I'm hearing here today, that there was this agreement between them that these individuals, that the people in that premises would be killed. And quite frankly, as I listened to the testimony, I wonder why Olivia wasn't killed, but maybe, well, they don't possess any morals. They possess at least a moral standard that wouldn't allow them to have killed the child. And so on all the conspiracy counts, I would agree with the people that people have sustained their burden and would bind the defendant over, and incorporated this entire record in the court's findings, would bind the defendant over on counts 8, 9, and 10, which are the conspiracy counts. I would also, again, for the same reasons as referenced, Mr. Callahan would bind the defendant over an additional charge of armed robbery in this case. While counsel may argue factually that there is a piece of property that might be hearsay, maybe something that somebody doesn't believe, but it is sufficient at this stage to bind the defendant over and see that he participated in a robbery or the taking of some items from that premises. I would also note that the court could bind it over also on an aiding and abetting theory for the other larcenies or armed robberies that occurred that this defendant would have been present for and participated in. So he can be bound over to circuit court on all 11 counts.
And for the record, Brandon, so on Mr. Finney's count, I'll also be adding, count 11 on robbery, MCL 750.529, that's a felony punched up the leg for any number of years. And the general description of property will be money, jewelry, credit cards, the dog. And I would also add, ask to add the recovered victim Stevie Smith's check and checkbooks in the car with Mr. Callahan and Mr. Finney, so I would include that property checks and check.
All right.
Judge, there was no testimony on the record regarding that. But I would object.
There was a testimony from Sergeant Roberts when a search warrant was executed, they recovered those in the car. Check and checkbooks from the residents.
Anything else on that?
No.
And I will just say, it's all going to be and or in any event. And there is some that is very clear. And I think the people should be entitled to put that in there. And I do recall now, although that was a small portion of it, that there was property that was recovered. So that is fine with the court. With reference to the information, you waive presentation at this time of the information.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Yes,
And-
Judge.
And also its reading, and how does your client wish to plead?
That's the court did not go with you on behalf of Mr. Callahan.
We waive a reading of the information and statute.
Defendant Finley, having waived reading of the information, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea as to all 11 counts. Pretrial in this matter will be set for
June 25th at 1:30 PM with Judge Conlon.
June 25th, 2025, 1:30 before Judge Conlon. Bond will continue in that case as denied. The Callahan matter, the defendant pleading not guilty, all 11 counts, court will enter that not guilty plea. Pretrial will also be set for June 25th, 2025, 1:30 before Judge Conlon. I would just note to counsel, given how this case is proceeding, the other two, if there's an exam held on those, they're going to get a later date. And certainly I'm going to let and apprise Judge Conlon's chambers that this is kind of coming up in pieces, because also should Miss Vincent come back competent and has an exam, that's going to be another day, just so that the court can be apprised of that. All right.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.